they aren't able to close the CME gap, the natural retracement to the psychological high and low will do it. So aside from trading that Asia, aside from trading the first Asian session into a CME gap that hasn't closed being my favorite trade, my second favorite trade is trading up to a CME close while they're setting the psychological ranges. So we'll see if they even let it get too far from there. I have a feeling they'll probably try to keep it here just to lock it in. These guys here during this is why price moves inside the weekend trap, these liquidations, right? When we were talking about good market participants, you don't want to counter trade the market maker. Why would you have your 100x liquidations inside of the weekend trap? If you know this is the high at value area zone and that you're probably going to bing bong around here for the rest of the day, like, why would you take that risk? So they'll come and grab these guys, and they'll come down, they'll come back up and grab these guys, and then we'll end up having that. That's what ends up building our sort of range there. Welcome back, YouTube. It is oppressively hot in Miami today.
Damn. The Miami Heat?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
That swamp heat.
Oh, it sounds like Brisbane where I live.
That's nasty.
It's heat and humidity. Like the temperature doesn't even have to be that hot, but the humidity in summer is like gross. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I miss the dry heat, man. I miss that dry New York heat. I mean, it's hot. Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. It's like an oven, right? You're walking around in the city and that concrete and steel has been baking all day. But
Yes.
CME is the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, anti-parasitic. That's where they trade Bitcoin futures. That's where most institutions trade Bitcoin futures. But since it's institutional, they close for the weekends. So on Friday, that line is where they closed at. On Sunday, they try to come back to the same line so that there's no space between where they closed and where they opened. If they can't, right? If it closes somewhere different or if it opens somewhere different, sorry, the difference between the gap is the difference between the close and the open. And that gap is usually filled within the next week. So that's why we pay attention to it. And that's basically why we're stuck right now. Welcome to crypto, by the way. Put your seatbelt on.
Like just when you think you have a handle on what they're trying to do, like with the narrative, the next thing's being cooked up, you know? Don't know what's
News
coming.
story drops.
Yeah.
Somebody with some
Like,
insider information goes crazy on you.
it's crazy.
Best we could do is boil it down to the most probable, right? That's our job here. You know, we invest in the probabilities and then we hedge against the possibilities.
Yeah.
Largest amount of money in the most probable, smallest amount of money in the possibilities. What I hate sometimes is when we like hyper focus on the possibilities and ignore the probabilities, you know? You get a red
Yeah.
candle and then everybody starts talking about 60K, 70K, and it's like, that's okay, I get it. You know, we're moving in the wrong direction, but people level head. You're welcome, Anti. Make sure you sub up, bro. We're here every day, so if you have any more questions, I got you. Lois, what's going on, bro? Why can't you get into why can't you get into the Discord grit? Wasn't Duck helping you the other day? Was that you? I thought you said you were gonna try to make a new Discord in case your Discord was messed up. My man's name is Good Bow. Fly, fly, fly. You from the towns, huh? Oh, all right, all right, all right. Welcome, brother. Yeah, WD Gann is probably responsible for a lot of people's interest in technical analysis. I'd have to assume. Menace, I appreciate that, brother. Thanks for coming through. If it wasn't for y'all, I'd just being here talking to myself. So y'all the real MVPs.
That's very modest, but I'm sure you wouldn't have a problem getting people to listen to you with all the good stuff you put out here, bro.
I appreciate that, bro. Send those. It's all over. Wrap it up. If you are bearish though, and your bias is bearish, I do want to remind you that you're bearish at 108K Bitcoin.
You're not lying.
Nuts. It's crazy when you think about it. I mean, yeah, obviously short term, whatever, but just when you back up and look at where we are.
Oh man. After listening to you last night or this morning talking about kind of explaining the past cycles, I am firmly bullish.
It's what it's about, bro. Having a firm grasp of the cycles will just take so much stress off of your trading. You know, not that, all cycles are meant to be broken and eventually something will change. But like I said, you have to err on the side of the most probable. There's too much money involved with the cycle remaining exactly as it is. And now there's even more money involved. And they didn't get in because they didn't like the cycle. They get in because they realized the cycle and they started adding two and two together and said, oh shit, they got something over there.
Yeah, they was so I'm wondering, like, because you know how you were showing the fractals like that
Mm-hmm.
is like I'm wondering if they just let the market kind of do what it does.
Within
Between
limits.
between new institutions and so on and so forth, or if they like mapped out or plotted out like a intentional deviation from past patterns. It's like I would imagine if the structure has been sort of repeating these fractalized patterns for so long, like it's probably not that easy to break that. But I
No,
don't really
I
know.
think everybody plays within the boundaries. So the way I look at it, and this isn't even market makers, we're talking old Bitcoin whales, like old big,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
old, big money, right? Like these are our actual whales in Bitcoin, where you can't even call them whales. They're more like foundational, you know what I mean, pillars to the 4 year cycle. These
Yeah.
institutions can come in and they can play the game, but they're not going to take us past predefined points. And if they do, they're going to be made to pay for it, right? We've already sort of seen that. So it's like those whales control the overall 4 year cycle. The whales after them control what happens in between those pivots. And then we're sitting at the very end of the line, just trying to get in where we fit in, right? Make what we can, ignore what we have to, follow what we have to. But I don't think the institutions, at least at this point, they don't have full control, or else they would have sent this thing already. They tried. We saw them try.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just curious your thoughts on that because I still don't, at that upper end, like I don't really understand the levers of control, and I don't want to.
Massive amounts of Bitcoin, bro. Massive amounts of
Yeah.
Bitcoin and hash rate. You know,
Well, I'm thinking like if it takes an algorithm, I can't remember what the total was, but it was like something. I think it was like 16 million or 64 million or something like that this morning, just to drive that little green spike up on the algorithm. So I'm like, if it takes them that much just to do that, like I can only imagine what it takes to manipulate a market or to I would say more like give a market boundaries at that level. You know what I mean?
Bitcoin's so big that at this point, the best you can do is steer it. Like Bitcoin has its trajectory, right? It can be deflected, it can be slowed down, but the overall trajectory, in my opinion, can't really be broken just because of the tokenomics. Unless people just decide tomorrow they don't want Bitcoin, right? That's the only thing that affects Bitcoin is if the desire for it, if the sort of communal agreement that we all have that it's worth something was to disappear one day. And the fact that that's established in its code and in the problems that it's solved, that it's happened to solve, that doesn't, I don't see that happening. Mom and pop might decide that they don't want Bitcoin anymore, but big money's always going to want to have a piece. And now you've got almost every major corporation talking about adding Bitcoin on their asset sheet. So, yeah, people can lose confidence if they want, but I don't think anything slows this train down.
I mean, I wonder how long it's going to take some of these. I don't know if we'll get like some of the more traditional, like the more legacy guys, but like some of these, younger millionaires, billionaires that have never touched Bitcoin in their life to start realizing the potential. You know?
Third richest man in Mexico the other day put out a tweet that said every billionaire should own a Bitcoin. You start doing the math on that, start to realize why it's so expensive.
Yep. I mean, it's like dollars for billionaires,
Watch, let me show you something.
a penny, I guess. I mean, I feel like almost if you become a trillionaire, right? Like you almost need this to measure your money. Otherwise, like your money pretty much becomes pointless to a point.
All right, per person on the planet right now, right? If you were to take the 19 million Bitcoin, let's ignore all the Bitcoin that's disappeared, all the Bitcoin that's in wallets, that's not. Let's just take back all the Bitcoin, right? We take back all the Bitcoin that exists right now to one wallet, and we distribute it evenly across every human on the planet. Right? You'd have 255,000, roughly 256,000 satoshis, right? Which would be about $260 right now. So right now, to buy your fair share of Bitcoin out of every human on the planet costs you $261. In my opinion, that should be the first goal. Have your fair share. Mind you, nobody's going to get their fair share, right? Michael Saylor already has way more than his fair share, which means there's some humans that are asked out. They're not getting their fair share. So at the very least, at $260 or 0.002 Bitcoin, right, is your fair share. If it was to be split evenly across every millionaire in the world, meaning every millionaire got an even distribution of Bitcoin, right? Or every millionaire tomorrow decides they need to buy Bitcoin. It cost them $28,000 to get their fair share. Right? 28.3 million Satoshis, about 0.2, 0.3 Bitcoin. So if you right now are holding more than 0.3 Bitcoin, then you have more than the millionaire share of Bitcoin already at this point. If every billionaire in the world was to buy Bitcoin, 6,000 Bitcoin would be the equal share across the billionaires, right? Every billionaire in the world would have to spend $600 million to get their fair share. So I just say that to mean you don't need a whole Bitcoin to be doing better than most of the planet. And you can get yourself up to have more than the average millionaire would have if everybody got a split share. And then I want you to think what happens when every millionaire and every billionaire realizes that they should hold some Bitcoin. Since we already did the math that people are holding more than they deserve, like not more than they deserve, but more than their equal share, right? So that means if every millionaire and billionaire decides that they need to buy some, what happens to everybody else? And how much Bitcoin are you holding at that time when that happens? That's the game.
Shit. I should have never sold Bitcoin.
That's the game.
All right, that's it. That's the last time I'm ever selling. I'm never selling again.
I mean,
Never sold
sell, but buy it back by all means. You know what I mean?
I
If you're gonna sell, make sure you get it back.
All right.
Keep it
Are we
aside
gonna?
until that dip, you know?
I'm wondering how much of the next cycle are we gonna spend below 100K?
Probably the first half.
All right. Well, then that's when I'll make sure that I'll buy it all back.
Oh yeah, during the bear market, I'm gonna be aggressively annoying.
I want to have at least 10. Is that too greedy?
No, shit. Too greedy.
100, bro. Come on.
Is it even realistic to short the top of the bull all the way down to the bottom of the bear, or are they going to have a big enough shake off to make that a little more difficult, you think?
Don't make it hard. If you keep your leverage low, you can do it. I'm gonna be shorting MicroStrategy and IBIT Bitcoin ETFs on Legacy. That's how I'm gonna play it.
So, yeah, I need to get a proper brokerage then, because I like that idea better than actually shorting Bitcoin.
I'm not risking my bull market gains in crypto leverage during the bear market. I'm not doing it. Nope.
Yeah, because I guess they can't, like, MicroStrategies and them, they can't really just diamond hands, or I guess they can't just play with altcoins on the way down, really.
No,
Unless
I
they
mean
have
as the Bitcoin
correlating,
value goes down, their share price will go down, and they're offering 2x leverage vehicles on Bitcoin, so that leverage has to unwind. So in my opinion, it takes a bigger hit than Bitcoin does. That's my play.
That makes a lot of sense. So you short their particular their vehicle for leveraged Bitcoin trades, basically.
You could just short MicroStrategy. I mean, it's gonna affect the share price. So
yeah, because it's part of that vehicle is part of that corporation. Yeah.
Did you see how much it affected? It was below $100 at the bottom of the last bear, wasn't it?
No, it did great. I mean, it did great. Everybody, all the legacy guys are like, "Oh, you guys trading crypto? You should have just traded Nvidia." And I'm like, "Nvidia? You should have just traded MicroStrategy."
Have you seen MicroStrategy? Right? You would have done better if you just held Bitcoin.
It
Could be a
says, listen,
bigger
it says
percent.
something that the best performing asset on Legacy is connected to crypto. I mean, we're there now. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of deniable, or at least big asset, I should say.
We are no longer this strange group of nerds. We are. We're becoming more and more embedded into the pulse of society.
Well, don't get it twisted. We're still strange as shit. Trust me, the finance guys are still laughing at us in their bars. The Legacy bros with these shit coins that we trade. Like Alex Becker says, like these guys just keep sticking their dick in the pencil sharpener and hoping somebody doesn't turn it on.
Yeah, I've done that a few times. Done that a few times. My dick is mangled at this point. When it comes to pencil sharpeners.
Becker did a video today, but he just covered a lot of the same shit that we talk about already. A lot of the gaming, some AI shit. Nothing new though, except for the stuff that he's shilling.
I don't even like watching him anymore. I mean, I watch him for fun because he's funny, but like I don't like it's like the information is not much to absorb. Like maybe I could get away with probably just watching the first like
It's
5
late. He's just
10
giving you
minutes of the
tickers,
video.
bro. That's all he does. He just gives you tickers.
Yeah.
He gives you tickers and then he shows you the line chart on Coin Market Cap and does like some sort of like, hey, look, we were here, now we're here. We'll probably go here.
I wonder how he gets his idea of like whether something's undervalued or overvalued.
He's got a team, bro. Listen, it's not that he has bad research. The coins that he comes out with are good, but they're all the same coins that we were looking at 3-4 months ago. And then they'll just drop them after they're done accumulating. And he's just feeding his audience stickers.
Yeah. I mean, it's really, I think he just gets it all, the Neo Tokyo Citadel, and like they all talk to each other and then they buy, and then they're like, all right, Alex, go make a video now.
Oh, no, he definitely gets allocations for sure.
All right, Alex, go make a video so we can dump.
He told everybody to buy OM on his last video before it went to shit. But I mean, to be fair, I thought OM was going to be a decent project too, though. It's just bad timing.
Yeah,
This
he
YouTube
waits
thing is
until
hard,
after
bro.
something.
Because
He
when you're
waits until after
wrong,
something does a 10x, and then he makes a video.
yeah, because he bought it. He already made that 10x. Yeah.
Yeah. He's trying to make it a 25x.
Yeah, it's all good. I watch it because so many people follow that channel that I just want to know what people are looking at. And most of the time, it's just to hear him say the names of the coins I'm already holding. So it's like, okay, good. It's a little bit of confirmation that retail is at least aware of this project.
It's pretty much like like if you're holding something that he mentioned in the video, you sell it 24 hours later. Honestly, it's like because the people that are really dialed in, they'll FOMO into what he says, and then you can just sell into them. They become exit liquidity,
Yeah,
and it's likely that there's going to be a huge pullback in it afterwards. You can reposition. I mean, it's good. Like, don't get me wrong, it's good for what he. If you recognize what he does and you understand what his actual purpose is, it can be really beneficial. You just have to know that, like, if you're positioned on the coins, you give it a day or two after he releases the video, and that's probably where it's going to top out.
yeah. Kelby, I'm sure he's done well for himself. I'm not a pocket watcher, so I'm not really gonna, say do I think he has as much as he says he has. From my experience, people who are willing to tell you how much they have usually don't have that much. That's just personal experience. Everybody could be different, I guess. But people with money tend to not talk about it. And he starts all his videos with, I've got 8-figure position and da-da-da. Possible. Those KOLs, bro, they get so many free coins. You know what I mean? And when one video can send it in 20-30x something that you got basically for free, and you've been doing that for years on years on years, yeah, that shit adds up, bro.
I mean, okay, at the very least, here's the respect that I have for Alex Becker. At the very least, he tells you exactly what he's doing. Like don't buy these coins because I'm gonna rug pull them, and everyone else I know that got in early is gonna rug pull them.
Yeah, but he
But
also knows he's
if
talking
you
to
want to be an idiot,
degens.
someone,
He does it
yeah,
in a way where he makes you feel like he's doing a mandatory disclaimer. You know, it's
right,
almost like a wink and a nod. Okay, nobody buy this. Okay, you're gonna get wrecked. Everybody's gonna lose all their money. All right, are we done? All right, cool. Now check out my picks. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
exactly. Well, at
but I
least
don't
he's not
knock I
paying
don't
a
knock
violator.
anybody's hustle, bro. I really think his channel seems
Yeah,
to be more of entertainment than anything. Like I get
Yeah,
entertainment value from watching it. So
for real, he's
that's the
funny as
hey
shit.
kid. This candy's definitely gonna rot your teeth. Don't buy any of it.
yeah.
When I was kind of earlier, I'm still early in crypto for me personally, but I used to listen to Alex Becker, and I would just laugh my ass off and say, "This motherfucker, excuse my French, this guy's hilarious. He's just, he's got all the wit, and he's just stupid." But I would never follow any of his trades or anything like that. I think it would be, high risk with no real analysis. Just buy this because it's gonna go up and it's gonna 20x and it's gonna 15x and it's gonna 20x, and the narrative is gonna change. There's just not enough
I mean,
information in there for you to take it seriously.
there is a good ass reason to watch his channel though and actually follow what he says because you want to know what dumbass degen retail is thinking and what they're doing.
Well, when he put out that Pengu tweet, I immediately bought Pengu and made some good money. But I'm not gonna hold on for the 20x that he says is coming on Pengu. Like,
Right. In and out. I mean, I've never everything I ever bought went up after he talked about it. So
yeah,
I
Sinlos. I
mean,
was just saying the Pengu play was good. I mean, he's had a couple good ones, but he's had some bad ones too, like Destra, right? Like he really like hung his hat on Destra. Was like, this is the one. But then he'll come back and be like, I don't control the market. And it's true. It's true. We don't control the market. We can't just tell you something's going to go up and it goes up. But there's a reason why I don't say shit with that amount of certainty, right? I can't sit here and tell you 1000% this is definitely going to do it and then come back later and say, oh man, the market, well, it's crazy.
It's actually good to hear that you guys have made some money on his trades because every time I catch his trades, I just feel like I catch them too late. And I go and I check the chart and I see it's already gone up and already on its way down. And I'm just
I,
like, oh,
I
it's
would
too
have
late.
never,
I mean, that's the whole
I would
point.
have never bought. I would have never bought it the day that he made the video about Pengu. The day that he made the video about Pengu, we were already in for almost a week off of the tweet. Only reason I got in on the tweet is because he hadn't mentioned it before, and he's got a jillion followers. So I was like, oh, they're gonna jump all over this thing. But yeah, for the
You
most
notice how
part, you're just gonna be exit liquidity.
I noticed how he just moved from one studio to another, and he told everybody he's back in his mom's basement. I just thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, yeah. Another thing that's difficult too is that these guys will tell you, this coin is going to do crazy. I believe in it so much. I've got, $10 million in this project. Well, what they don't tell you is that, they started with maybe $250,000. The shit has already 30x. That's why their position is so big.
Yeah, they
And what
act
they're
like they
trying
just
to do
started
is
it.
keep the momentum going so that they can actually take out that 10 mil without getting any slippage, right? They need FOMO to sell into.
Yeah, they're acting like they actually like invested that much in it, and right at that point when they talked about it.
Yeah. And most of the time, it's not even an initial investment from them, right? It's an allocation that they get from the project that has now
Yeah,
bubbled up to a crazy number.
they get paid to show. I mean, it's a hustle, and maybe it's not an honest hustle, but yeah.
And I don't really, like I said, it's finance, so I don't really expect everything to be above board. I just know all money isn't good money. And I've seen so many people come into this and completely burn their reputations, burn their community. Now you got 20 years of trading, 30 years of trading left, and, everybody in crypto hates you.
Hmm.
You burn all your bridges.
Especially the people that don't like you, like counter trade you and stuff, make you look bad. Or even make your project look bad. Like I know one whale that he kept getting offered to shill things. He kept saying no and turning it down. And like even played with their project and dumped it to make him look bad. Make their project look bad, you know. Oh, you
That's
want me to shill this? How about I rug pull it for you instead?
yeah, that's devious. That's bad juju.
I mean, it's kind of like that when people come on here to show. People jump on and it's like day after day, and they bring in bots in here to talk about a project, or the owners coming in here to talk about a project. You know, like I'll ignore it. But if it gets annoying, I'll be like, okay, you want me to look at it? Let's look at it. And then there's a problem, you know. Then it's like, oh, now you're looking too deep. Chill. Just I wanted you to say the chart looked good. Like, no, let's look at these bubble. Let's look at these bubble charts. What's with all these connected wallets? Oh no, it's the way that the blah. Yeah, I know. This is not the right place to come show bullshit, because if you get our attention, they're just gonna expose it.
No, now we gotta hurt you. Now we gotta hurt you. You're gonna be scamming on us. We gotta hurt you.
Yeah, Lodic, just stuck in the trap sideways until further notice.
What's going on, fam? Who's in here? How was your day?
England, Saturday. Doesn't look like there's much price action. I'm not actively trading perpetuals, so
I'm just getting a bunch of
trying to get some
side work
stuff
done
done.
on the side.
Right. Stuff I gotta do, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, I just got home from work. Looks like XRP's just been sideways all day. How you doing, D?
Good, man. Good. No complaints. Anti, we don't have a chat bot, but I got you, bro. That's the link to the free section of the Discord. If you guys are already in the free section and you want to get your Cypher family roll, this is the link to the $50 one-time payment. Come
Yeah,
on in.
speaking of that, D, I have no idea how to get that role, bro.
If you just go under rules where it says Cypher family,
Yeah.
there's a link there to a WAP store. Just you connect your Discord, and then the bot on the WAP store sends you the link. I mean, sends you the role.
Oh, I see.
It's pretty easy. It's one of the most like commonly used payment platforms. So.
Oh no, I go through your DM messages between you and I, bro, and I paid you with some.
Oh, so you don't? But do you? So you have it already, don't you? Let me check.
Yeah, well, I mean, I paid you anyway, but
Hold on.
I don't know if my role is in there because I.
Yeah, if we talked about it, then I
anyway.
send it to you manually. Let me make sure though.
Okay. No worries. Is there an OG role too?
The OG role is gonna come for everybody that's been here for a while. That's free. That's just going out to people who've been here from the very beginning.
Is it for me?
You've been if you were here from the last group, you'll get an OG role.
Too.
Yeah, let's go.
Drew needs one if he ain't got one.
Yeah.
BJ.
The reason I want to do it is because if we do end up getting massive, like I don't want the OG crew to feel like they're swamped out, right?
Yeah, man. All right, well, let me know, bro. I'm here.
Yeah, I'm checking it right now for you. Hold on. Fully members. Fully, can you send me a message right now? Because I'm looking on both my
Yeah.
Discords and we don't have message history. It's Fully Cooley, right?
Yeah, that's me, bro.
Oh boy. I'm hoping you weren't talking to one of my scammers.
Oh no.
Send a message right now. Or look at the name and make sure it's me. Like look at the messages and make sure it doesn't have a dot or some stupid shit.
That would suck.
Did I message you first or did you message me first?
More than likely, I message you. Hold on, let me mute myself and let me look through these messages.
Yeah.
So, how many people you think are here from the class of 2020?
Good amount, man. Good amount. A lot of the people that are here all the time that don't talk are old school. They were the same way in the old channel. They just came, hung out, but didn't really speak.
Yeah.
All right,
Some
I'm gonna
lurkers.
screen capture Dbloc and I'll
Yeah.
shoot
Send
you a
it to me.
message.
Yeah, send it to me.
I'm here for 2020 plug on.
Yeah, Randall. Thought, dude.
So, bro.
Guys, just now while we're on it, like I will never message you first. Right? So if you're gonna message me, find me through the Discord, through my posts, through my chart. Because these scammers are out. We haven't had one in a while though.
Look at my shirt.
I mean, bro, yeah, you did send me a message first, but I think it's like just a generic, you know, hey, Fully, thanks for being part of the Discord community.
Yeah, that
So
wasn't
it's
that
probably
wasn't
just
me,
some
bro.
simple. No?
Oh, man.
No.
All right, I'll
Find me in the Discord right now, like in my go to where we're talking and go to my name and message that. Send me the screenshot of the other dude so I could find them. There's not I looked right now, there's none of them
worries,
are
man.
in the Discord. And if one of my scammers or whatever reaches out to anybody, automatically block them, screenshot it, and send me the screenshot so I can do the same. Report them. Hard to keep up with these guys, bro. They just make new accounts over and over.
Yeah, but then how the hell does it say that they've been in since 2020 or 2021 or 2022? Like, they've been a Discord member for that long.
They're not getting banned. It seems
But I
like
mean,
they're
like,
just not
how
getting
does it-
banned.
There's also there are modded Discords you can download like modded clients, and so they're probably using a modded client where they can change the things that show on their Discord. So like there's it doesn't give you like admin privileges, but it close to does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is just because something says like it's got an appropriate badge, it does not mean that that badge is real. So just a heads up for like your crews in Discord in the future.
Scammers are sneaky. Come to think of it, Dbloc, I think I sent you $150 like a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Can I get a refund on that?
What it really means is more than likely. I mean, I don't know if it's so easy to access, but they're either on Mac or they're on Linux, and most likely on Linux, because I have access to all those modded clients as well. Actually, I use them. I just don't use them to, break server rules. So I don't think that's cool.
Assy, I don't remember if we spoke or not. Send me another message, but look at just make sure you look at the profile, guys. Look, let me show you. I have 2 accounts. These are my only 2 accounts. Numbers. So these are my only 2 accounts right here.
Alright, bro. I think I sent it to you, bro.
And so we have dbloc.eth. No other dots anywhere, just dbloc.eth. And then my other one is the dbloc.eth with the Doge and the Bitcoin symbol in it. Those are my only 2. I will never message anybody from this one unless they message me first. This is just my private one. And this is the Discord one. If there's any other dot, slash, other letters, be very careful. And I'll never ask you for money. I'm never gonna jump in your thing and ask you for money. I'm letting everybody know right now. It's $50 one-time fee. This is the only place you'll ever hear me say it. I'm not offering any copy trading. I'm not offering any courses. Anybody jumps in your DMs trying to sell you that shit, you block them immediately.
Wait, are we friends on my original account? My mobile account?
I'm not sure.
I think so. Cause I'm on there.
Damn
I'm
it.
trying to.
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just looked at the profile of that other dbloc.eth, and there is an extra dot after the
Yeah,
H,
these guys
man.
are
So I got
scandalous,
scammed,
bro.
bro. Shit. All right.
What was he asking for? I need to know
Just
what
just the $50.
Oh, so
I took
now they're
screen captures,
they're
man.
going to. Okay, I see.
Damn.
All
Yeah,
right.
I did
Evolving.
screen captures.
All
Alright,
right.
well, shit.
That sucks. You send it to me, right? So I can get them banned, or at least try to. I don't know how effective it even is.
Yeah.
So in terms of preventing this in the future, what about could you do like put a wallet address up that's like a public wallet?
Yeah, I mean
People can use, and then just channel everything through that.
Yeah, and
or something like
more importantly than that, I will never message you first.
Yeah.
I love y'all. We'll talk in here, but I can't do it because if I start to message people, then it's going to be impossible to tell me from the fakes. So if you want to
Well, and
speak to me,
also,
you find me in Discord and you message me in Discord.
I just sent
Oh.
this. So my desktop account, I just sent you a friend request on your PC
Okay.
account, and then I think we're already friends with my mobile account. But when you come in with your other account, I'll have to catch you then to get your request on those ones.
Yeah, the more popular one that I've heard is that they're offering copy trading. Guys, you should already know that that's not going to happen. I'm never going to offer you to copy trade me. But this new one where he's taking the $50, that's interesting. That's somebody who's listening recently and try to get creative with their shit. The easiest way, guys, is just go to the link in the channel that says Cypher Family Roll. You can pay with almost everything there except crypto. And if you absolutely have to pay with crypto, then you have to message me directly. If I message you first, tell me to go screw myself. I won't. If it happens to really be me for some reason, I won't be offended.
I'm gonna go screw myself.
I won't. I might start messaging you, some of you guys, just to test to see if you're actually going to tell me to go screw myself. But yeah, don't. Please, guys, don't.
do they even have copy trading for spot?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, of course.
I didn't know that. I always thought it was just copy trading futures.
Oh, it gets even better, Dbloc. The guy, whoever the scammer was, after I paid, a little time goes by, and then the dude messages me and says, "Do you want to sign up for my Cypher or my trading course?" So they were straight up gonna sell me a course
Oh yeah,
pretending to be
they'll
you
keep you on the
also.
hook, bro. They'll keep you on the hook.
And I actually kind of got upset, and I was because the way the person responded, they used AI, bro. And I read it and I was like, I responded and I said, "D, you're responding to my message using AI?" And I was like, "Man, that's an insult, bro." But I didn't say anything, and I just was like, "Well, shit, maybe he's busy. I don't. Maybe he doesn't think that's rude. I don't know." But anyway, I was like, "That was weird." But yeah. So yeah, I would much rather just send you some Bitcoin, bro. So I sent a friend request.
All right, let
I'm in
me
your
lock you
message
in.
now. Shoot me a link, bro.
Gotcha. Damn, that sucks, bro. One of the things that's gonna help with that, honestly, is when we move everything to the paid section, because the fact that anybody can come in here for free and have access to our whole list of people and just mass send out message, you know what I mean? Like, it's just messy, bro. We need to put some separation.
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing you can do is change your settings so that only people that are friends can message you.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, guys. You can send your Discord thing to where if somebody's not if somebody's not your friend, they can send it. And also check to make sure that they're in the server. Because I get up every day and I look through, and if there's any fake D blocks in the thing, I kick them, right? So that D block that might be messaging you when it says what servers do you have in common, it might not even have, you see a D block and I'm not in the cipher, then you obviously know it's not me.
Yeah, well, that was my mistake. I didn't do my
Nah,
due
it's not on you. These
diligence
guys
and
are good,
click on
bro.
their profile.
Bro, these
Yeah.
guys, if it didn't work, they wouldn't do it.
Yeah, true, right?
You know what I mean? You don't know what you don't
Yeah,
know
yeah.
until, so you can't be too hard on yourself. It's kind of like a sign that we've made it past a certain level, though. I mean, because my Discord message requests are full of like fake YouTube influencers, like aggressively so, where there'll be like 7 of them, 8 of the same person.
Kendrick Lamar wants to chat.
I don't think you should be so surprised about that, Mr. D. You're good at what you do best. Thank you.
Do any of them pretend to be from former channels?
In crypto, it's best if you approach every single situation, every conversation, every message as this is a scam until proven different, just to be safe.
Not only conversation, the crypto itself.
Yeah, every
Right.
project, every dev, every yield, everything. Just automatically approach it as if it's a scam, and then until you do enough research to take that sort of idea out of your head, just
But a scammer I talked with wanted my seed phrase. I mean, that's a bit too obvious. Though.
yeah, he was pretty aggressive. He must have thought you were stupid. I would have been offended.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's real obvious, bro.
I told him you're
Dang.
fake. He's like, what? I'm not fake. Yeah, you're
Now, before
I'll give you
blocking
mine if you
that
give me yours.
previous Dbloc, and it's the same as yours, Dbloc. It just has a dot after the H, and that's the only difference. But
Yeah.
I messaged him, and I called him a scamming POS, and reported him, blocked him. What you gonna do?
This shit puts such a
Yeah,
bad
but
stink on the industry, yo.
Well, hey, at least it was only $50, and it wasn't like a grand.
Yeah.
I would probably be pissed if it was a grand. Yeah,
I'd
but
be
I'd pay
mad.
you a grand, bro,
I'd be
just so
mad
you
for
know.
you.
if
You said
anyone
that
asks me for, go ahead, Zeus.
if you had used your bank to pay, like PayPal and all, you could actually get the money back, right? You can open a case
You could
at your
charge
bank
it back
and say,
if it wasn't crypto,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure it was crypto, right? Probably just had you send some crypto.
Yeah, he gave
Yeah.
me a Bitcoin address, and I sent it. Yeah. No, and they were
how
all
much the
like
gas
kind of
fees?
pro at it. They were all pro at it too, man. Or like do screen captures and prove, make sure you show that the transaction's completed and
Oh
all
my
that
god.
crap, man. They're doing it. They're doing good, I suppose, with their scamming efforts.
You know what we need is we need someone who's gonna do like one of those like YouTube shows where they just go after these Discord scammers and reverse engineer their scams.
Like the
And
guys that do the like
yeah,
counter hacking into the Indian
yeah,
like
for like they
yeah.
counter hack call centers and stuff, and like
Yeah.
they show up
Yeah.
on their
That
stream,
would be dope. I would watch
make
that.
mistakes. Yeah, dude, me too.
Man, those are funny.
Maybe we should reach out to one of those guys and be like, hey man, you want to do a sub series Discord scammers in the
Man,
crypto space?
these guys are in some office somewhere around the world, bro. Just going crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's either some guy in his mother's basement, or it's like a an organized group that does this. And I would imagine it's probably like, even if it's a guy in his basement, he's getting paid, I'm sure, contracts to do these things. Someone's paying them,
There's
or
office
someone that really
buildings.
doesn't like you.
There's a lot of office buildings in those said countries or regions that are primarily have a lot of call centers, and they don't necessarily know that they are stealing because that's just the job title and how they're trained. There's really
I think
not
it's
them.
I think it's kind of it's a bit hard to say they don't know that they're doing it, because I think it's more like a lot of them just, everybody's got to feed someone's mouth. You know what I mean? And a lot of them know what they're doing, and they know exactly what they're doing, because if they didn't know what they were doing, then they would make silly mistakes and like ask you for the wrong thing, or they'd be targeting the wrong thing. Like 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 to go after and to be like, like, oh, the $50, like, let me get the $50 from you. Like, that's somebody that 100% is like, they are purpose they are purpose built that scam towards, targeting uh the vulnerability of the human mind around folks in this community, right?
Well,
Like, that is
yeah,
directly
even
targeted at.
more is directly targeted the community because they're talking about the $50 now. The guys that were
Yeah,
doing the copy trading and all that, that's probably just a cut and paste that they do in every Discord community they go to. But the $50 one is
right,
directly targeted. Yeah.
right. And like and that's the thing is like, and that's you know we don't have to have this conversation now, but I am curious if it's, people from the past kind of thing,
I honestly
targeted.
think it's every community, bro. Any Discord that you get into is
Yeah.
gonna have this same problem. That's why whenever you hear guys on YouTube, they'll always say the same thing. We'll never message you first. It's really the only way to fight against it. But yeah, you guys can turn on Discord. You can turn your messages to where you can only get them from friends. And then before you add somebody
Yeah.
as a friend, double and triple check it's the right person because then now that person has access to message you.
And
Yeah, and
careful with phone numbers. Don't be giving phone numbers so quick. You can do a lot with it. Just check.
yeah, I mean, really, any identifier, like identifiable information, can get you on, that gets sold on the dark web. That can put you in a lot of risk. It doesn't take much information about somebody to be able to social engineer the rest. So, like, just be careful with anything that you give out, and know that anytime you give anybody any bit of information about your personal private self, that you are removing a barrier,
Yeah. My name's
potentially,
Stephen Edwards. Nice to meet you.
I'm also going to repeat this every day. Now, I mean, we talked about it a lot before. I hadn't got any messages recently from people saying that they were being contacted, but this is still going on. Then I've got to talk about this every day because I don't want anybody sending any money to these losers.
We'll end up finding out if it was somebody. And I mean, we got the ways.
and I will always advocate for not doxing yourself, because you're doing someone else's work for them.
Well,
And
that's part of
just
what we do here, man. Part of the cypherpunk
yeah,
ideal is security and privacy. So I'd really try to stress that heavy.
yeah. Like, it's all fun and games until you get accumulate a little bit too much wealth, or accumulate a position of power, or even just, you become known, like, for anything, good, bad, or otherwise. It's very easy to be targeted, and unfortunately, um people will use the smallest bit of information that you've given out, uh to target your employers, to target, I mean, any number of things. So just be mindful of that. Your ego can only protect you for never. So um you know like, just be aware. Also, I will say, I've never known you Dbloc to ask anybody for finances or financial backing like outright.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you're more the like, hey, you know, if you feel you've gotten value from this, then like the hey, I need you to pay this amount, like hitting people over the head or something, you know, like
No.
that's not
No, I had the
that's not
opposite. I had the opposite problem, bro. People would contact me and be like, you know, I found value here, and I made a good trade, and I wanted, send me a wallet so I can give you something. Like, no, it's good. I'm just glad that you made a good trade. But then I realized, like, there are some people that get offended by that, bro. There's some people that
It's a gift, man.
if
You should accept it.
if it's almost like they feel like they owe you, right? If they got value from it, it's like, no, I don't want to feel like I'm stealing. Like, you have to take this. They'll literally get mad at you. So,
well, yeah,
like I said,
and
it's
it's a
cool.
cultural thing sometimes. You know, sorry, not to cut you off.
No,
It can be a cultural thing that like gifting in certain cultures.
oh, it is
Very, very
1000%. I could
culturally.
tell you right now. I'm not gonna get specific, but yeah, it's 1000% a cultural thing. I've noticed that. No, you're offended by not taking it. You know.
The ask twice rule. If they insist twice, I will gladly take your money.
And don't get me wrong, I love money as much as the next guy. But what's really important to me more than anything is to separate myself from these vultures. You know what I mean? And if it ends up costing me a little bit of money in the long run to do it, if I leave some money on the table, that's cool. I just don't want to be bunched up with the rest of these guys.
Well, and I think you know that it has an effect on the community too, or like the environment, the space that people are in. And I feel far more comfortable in this space, you know, just based off of that kind of
That's good.
that mannerism from the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good. All right, our psychological ranges are being calculated. Our psychological high just barely missed opening up above CME. So I do expect before 2 a.m. that we move a little bit higher, but honestly, it's not necessary. That's within the margin of error. Let's see what they give us to the downside here. Remember, until 2 a.m., these psychological ranges will be calculated. And once they're set in stone, then that range gets revisited during the week. Right? It becomes mean reversion for the week. Damn, I hate to hear that, Open Road. I hope he didn't get you for too much, brother. Guys, stop paying people to copy trade them. You're not going to learn anything. That's why I'll never offer it. I could
It's
sit
free
here and
anyway.
I could sit here and give you copy trades for 2 years, and then what happens if I leave? I hit my goal and I'm like, I'm out. I'm done with crypto. You've learned absolutely nothing. You've been in crypto for 2 years and you haven't learned shit about how to take a trade that somebody else gives you, you know?
If you want to do copy trading, it's free anyway. You go on your exchange, you click on copy
Yeah.
trading,
Yeah.
It is
find
free. You're right, Juicy. Yeah.
and you click and you copy him, and that's it.
Yeah, but
Don't pay anyone to
some
copy
people wanna
trade.
copy trade somebody
But
specific. That's how they take advantage of it, right? They're like, oh, this guy looks like he knows what he's doing, and then somebody offers you to, yeah. I've had people offer me money to copy trade me, like just like here. I know you don't do copy trades, but I'll give you a certain amount of money if you just. I can't do that.
Don't.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
If you're
I'd pay
copy
for that.
trading, I'm sorry. I don't think you should be in the market.
Yeah. And
I think you
respectfully,
should
right? Like I'm not. It's not
think
like
about
It's not like I'm disrespected by it. It's it's flattering that somebody wants to copy your trades, but I'll never do that.
Even if you just want to copy trade Dbloc, it's free too. Just look at his chart and copy.
Yeah, Open Road. Send me the site if you can. Are you in the Discord? I would love to see this site that they're pushing people to that supposedly I'm the trader of choice on.
What?
Yeah, that's what Open Road said. He said that he said that I guess they sent him this site and told him that I'm the trader of choice on this site, and then you can go there and copy trade me.
What? Okay.
Can you also send me this site? Curious.
If I have to imagine, it's just a false front end. It doesn't operate at all. You just go there, give them your money, and nothing happens.
Yeah, I'm just curious to do some research on it.
Exactly, RH. Exactly. And if I can build a squad and build the family up with people who actually know what they're doing, you know how much easier this gets for everybody in the next couple cycles coming up? Nah, don't say it here, Open Road. Don't say it here. You're doing their work for them if you say it here. Just message me on Discord.
Yep. That's exactly true. Somebody asks you something, say, look it up, Investopedia. It's good for them. Mind you, I have to go ahead and say there's no stupid question. Because when I first met you gentlemen, I definitely was asking some crazy stupid questions, and that's the only way to learn.
Yeah, I don't believe in stupid questions. Or stupid
Like,
results.
it's crazy on my level of stupid. Just, you know, jacking around a bit, but yeah, good to run something by somebody you might have some respect and trust for, just to get a second opinion, not influence.
Yeah, it's super easy. It's super easy to say, "Oh, trust me, you could trust me." Like me, I rather not ever have to give you a reason to have to trust me. Right? I'm never gonna put you in a position to where you have to trust me. Like I'm not telling you buy this, it's gonna do this. I'm not gonna tell you know. I'm trying to teach you guys how to see this shit and find this shit for your own. One of the great things that I love about this crypto thing we do is that it's supposed to be trustless, permissionless, right? Smart contracts between people with where trust doesn't need to be involved, right? Everything's in code. It's a cypherpunk way.
Yeah, I bought myself just a little bit of Bitcoin, man. It's so funny. I got like this itty bitty insignificant amount of Bitcoin left from what I sent you. It's so funny, bro.
Baby steps.
What? That's great. I love you. I love that. Get excited.
I think there's like 4 zeros after the points.
You just got to get to 002 to have your share, your fair share in the world. Got to knock a zero off. You're good.
For real.
002 is a fair share?
Let me do the math very quickly.
0.2, no?
0.002, 0.0025 ish. About
Basing that off
$260
the
worth of
world
satoshis.
Is this based off the world population?
Yeah. World population with $19 billion divided equally amongst every human on the planet.
That's hilarious. Okay.
It's just a good sort of goalpost. You know what I mean? And then after you get your fair share, then you need to get your fair share of all the millionaires. So if every millionaire had a fair share of Bitcoin split evenly amongst them and nobody else had any, they'd have $29,000 worth of Bitcoin. 0.2 Bitcoin, 0.28. Let's just round it up to 0.3. You get yourself 0.3%, 0.3 of a Bitcoin, then you've got more than if every millionaire had an equal share.
Bitcoin here, Bitcoin. That's funny.
Yeah, I think it was around Halloween last year. I had like a 0.02 Bitcoin, and then around Christmas I sold it because it was up. And then I hadn't had any Bitcoin since. I've been messing around with others alts, you know. But anyway, got me a little bit of Bitcoin again now. Itty bitty bit.
Itty bitty ditty. Itty bitty ditty bit. John itty bitty ditty call.
See, I like that question, Emmy. Emmy's shooting higher. So for every billionaire in the planet, if every billionaire in the planet, well, every reported billionaire in the planet, was to split evenly, you'd be looking at 6,000 BTC per person, about $610 million, $614 million. Now, it makes sense to think that just because you're a billionaire, right? If you're a billionaire, you're not going to spend 614 to get your fair share of Bitcoin. Most billionaires won't do that, but most multi-billionaires probably will.
It don't matter. Yeah. All right. The number I don't ever feel like achieving.
By Forbes 2024 estimates, there's 3,300 global billionaires. Way more than that, in my opinion.
Tons more. I'd say quadruple.
But, you know, to be on Forbes list, your office has to send information into Forbes. They don't do the research on their own. So that means the only billionaires on that list are billionaires that want to be on that list.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to put in a bid to be on that list.
I got a relative on the millionaire list. 147. Number 147.
All right, deed is done, completed. So here's where the messed up part gets, D. So BJ knows me, and she knows me through my real business, right? And I just launched like these products with her art. So I have them on my company website.
Oh, that's cool.
So my company website has my name. It's got my pictures. It's got video of me doing
you need
a
some
rap.
separation.
Yeah, it's got
You
a
need a
video
little
of me
bit of
doing some
separation,
rap.
bro.
Yeah, but I mean, I've never been, a shy person on the internet because I do my business, and then like millions of people across the world actually know my company through the whole Mopar enthusiast, and so I've never felt that way, right? But man, because I thought it was you, and I was like, bro, check out these badass new Bitcoin products I just launched and dropped my company site on there. So now
Oh
the
boy,
scammer
just got
probably
all your
really
shit.
knows who I am, bro. Yeah.
Uh,
It's messed up, bro.
that sucks. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry, but I didn't catch who was that. What? What was your business? What line of business are you? You said. What was it?
Shoot me a DM and I'll send you the .com.
Well, no, does it have to do? Is it? Did you say a toy company or something? Or I'm sorry. What?
No, Mopar. Mopar, Dodge,
Roblox.
Ram vehicles. Yeah,
Yeah.
vehicle
Are you
industry.
doing like die cast at all?
Mostly vehicle graphics, wraps, and a lot of stuff.
Do you
Mostly
have
creative stuff. Yeah.
Do you have an avenue connection to any company manufacturing die cast? A custom.
Dude, don't dox yourself like on YouTube where people can rewatch it. Stop answering Steven's questions. Stop asking them.
Okay.
What am I asking? Oh shoot, yeah, I'm sorry. Y'all are gonna need a super chat for that. So let's get $1 going on super chat. Super chat, come on. No, what? I didn't know that. Okay. Scratch everything I said.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it, bro. I never really worried too much about doxing myself because millions of people across the world know me already, through
You
my
already got
company.
my name. Try it.
I mean, and if I'm doxed, bro, I've been doxed for decades, man,
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all.
When you think
No,
about it, we all are really. Like if you have any kind of footprint on the internet,
yeah,
people can
I
find who
did.
you are, what you're all about.
I absolutely 100% with a face picture. If you know, honestly.
Think
But
about
yeah, protect
celebrities
your
too. Like
assets in every way.
celebrities, people know them like all inside out. Like they're like, yeah, we know where you live, we know your full name, date of birth, all that stuff. And are they like, is their life in danger? Like, I don't know. Do they get? Maybe it's happened, but like, do they get exploited for that information?
Yeah, I guarantee
Less.
you, there's probably all types of blackmail, and
Yeah, true.
there was a time where they were, remember when they were hacking everybody's iCloud, and then they
Yeah, well,
were holding, your pictures, right? They're like, we're gonna release all your
Oh,
pictures if you don't pay us so and so.
that's crazy. Yeah, I do
that was
remember that.
They've got
a $90 billion.
they've got multi-million dollar
90
security
billion.
teams. I mean, once you get to a certain level of fame, and that security isn't just your personal security, like they're securing everything, right? So your cyber security, your identity.
And they changed it too. Hey, Block, everything is locked up on outside of anything, right? On a what do you call a hard wallet? I'm assuming. I've never had a hard wallet. I don't feel the need. I don't have crypto holdings like that. So, but
It's a little bit for you is a lot of bit for somebody else, bro. They're
I
scamming
don't
people
want
for
any. If you
$50
take,
right now.
yeah,
You know what I
don't
mean?
take $1 from me, honestly. But yeah, I mean, even with your Wi-Fi and your connection on your at your home or your office, uh, if that's see, I mean, you can never mind. I'm gonna stop talking because you can get it. There's crazy people out there that they can
Mm-hmm.
get you 500.
All right, we cleared all those liquidations that were inside of the weekend trap to the bottom. Let's see how far we go here. Market maker
Yeah,
stretching
baby.
out the psychological range. Daily open is our closest mean reversion. Right underneath our daily open is the invalidation, but it doesn't matter. That W already played out. So we can just erase that invalidation. That pattern is already done. What we want to avoid is taking out the trap shorts. If we take out the trap shorts, that's going to signal a false move down, and then it's very early for that, so we're going to be in sketchy territory. Most likely, like I said, is the range. If that breaks, mean reversion to the daily. If the 800 breaks, then we can come down. Our golden pocket's right at 105. We still have that vector underneath at 104. Let me get rid of this because our psychological ranges have already shifted. See what I was saying here? If we don't, if we were to hold this or if we were to break this, we'd have to get that measured move before the psychological ranges shifted. Right, so now that sort of magnetism that was down here at these low levels isn't as strong as it was. Yeah, I remember when we were talking about how how price moves inside of the trap. These guys are the ones that are in danger now. Watch to see is as we come down, if we do come underneath and grab some of this liquidity, watch to see if the bears start to pile in. If you were trading the 5-minute strategy, you see we had our momentum shift here, where our 13 broke, retested bearishly, and then we swept that liquidity.
So outside of the weekend situation, like on a bigger scale, during a bull market, who really gets trapped? It's anyone trying to short, right? Like anyone trying to
Yeah, I mean
sell.
during the bull market, you want to be bullish. Right? Like your base case should be a bullish one. Trying to counter trend that is what we were talking about. Like you're trying to make something happen. Like you're trying to fight the current. And there's money in that when you get it right. But the one thing that perma bears don't like to talk about is how many times they had to swing out of position to get it right.
Yeah,
They love to talk about that Pico top that they caught, right? But they won't tell you that they tried to short Bitcoin at 60, at 70, at 80, at 90, at 100, and didn't catch it until 110.
Yep. There's people that have been trying to like talk Bitcoin down since FTX. Like, you know, every high is just a temporary high. Don't get too comfortable. We're gonna go back to, you know, we're gonna crash again. You know, it's like
It's
this
disbelief that it can go up. No, how do you say it? I forgot.
I think it's intellectual dishonesty, bro. They just want it cheaper because they know where it's going.
A bull market is designed to trap bulls in the end, right? That's what it's achieving. It traps.
Yeah.
Like people got trapped from 60K and above for 2 years.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The easy
traps...
answer to his question is that the bull market traps longs. On the way up, it crushes shorts, but once the day is done, it traps the euphoria at the top, and the bear market traps the lows, right?
It traps shorts.
Yeah.
Fairs. I'm sure there are people on, cross margin still short from 30K and even below. Hopefully they hedged it with a long. No, probably got liquidated.
the pretty comfortable bet about crypto and Bitcoin is that as long as fiat sucks and keeps doing what it's doing, you're gonna be fine in Bitcoin, you know?
Yep.
That's just how it works. You cannot reverse how fiat sucks. Like, you can't change that. It's just there's only one way out, and it's to go deeper, like, to get more of a problem. Well, it's not a way out, it's like the only
There,
direction they can go is
there
deeper
exists.
in trouble.
It all trends to zero.
Yeah, it just because
You
they
know,
can only keep printing, like
good fiat exists. It's just not the euro or dollar.
Even
But
the
it
best
exists.
fiat in the world, though, is going to get debased to zero.
yeah. Anything that involves fractional reserve banking, credit, and debt is just
Well,
it's
let me tell you something scary. One of the narratives that's
disaster.
bubbling under the surface right now, and it's starting to catch up steam, and I really don't like it. Is rehypothecation projects, where they're doing exactly what the banks are doing. It's basically fractional reserve lending with crypto, but it's catching steam. You know, not everybody has the sunshine and rainbows ideals for what this crypto thing is supposed to be. Right? Some people just want to get to the bag quickly. So that's a little scary because we don't want that. And the banks now have their hands on crypto. And the government told them that they're allowed to use any financial instruments or any financial tactics that are already legal, which includes rehypothecation. Yeah, fractional reserve lending.
Is that akin to? Oh wait, this is probably totally different. But have you heard of a debt jubilee, like where all debt is forgiven?
Yeah.
To fix the world, like to fix the system.
Yeah.
Like, because essentially that would fix a lot of problems. Like if they just did this big reset, like maybe they could buy themselves another 60 years or something.
The whole African continent
whatever.
has been waiting for hundreds of years for some sort of debt jubilee.
Yeah. No, I guess that the people that control the system, they got it exactly where they want it. You know, it's been working really good for them.
The debt creates the money. You can't get rid of the debt because the debt creates the money.
Oh, and it drives what do you call it? It's like it keeps people working. Like if you want to build the world, you need incentive, and the debt, people chasing their tail. You know, it's the game.
Yeah.
That's the rig.
The real trick is when you start touching a little bit of money, not to change your living standard, because that's where they get you. Because you'll crawl yourself out of that hole, and then you'll find yourself in a bigger hole that was made by somebody else, telling you what you need, what you should have, the size your house should be, what kind of car you should drive, and that never ends, bro.
Yeah.
If you get stuck in that, you'll be chasing it the entire way up. You'll never feel like you made it.
Something that you can never get back or make more of is time. Like we're all locked in on this, you know, time thing. And also health, like, you know, invest in that, like protect, you know, afford yourself the most time you can by being healthy. And like, I know it sounds lame and cliche, but yeah, invest in your health.
No, that's actually, there's this dude that I watch. He interviews like tons of billionaires, and you watch him for a while, you hear like reoccurring sort of themes. And one of the things they say is like, when you have $1 billion, you don't live off the money that you earn. The money that you earn never gets spent. The money that you earn is used to buy assets and is spent on health. That's it.
Yeah.
The assets are then collateralized, and you live off of that.
Yeah.
But they don't spend hard earned money on perishable things, right? And the most important thing is, first you've got to be here to spend it. So any dollar that you spend on your health is worth it. Like literally, no matter how much money it costs, any money that you invest in your health, whatever you know, get your shit right. That's always worth it.
Definitely.
like quality food is not it's not a cost, it's an investment. Eating properly, the gym membership, like you name it, see it as, yeah, it is investment.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
What's
you think
the
that
what's the
the $20
saying? A healthy man has a 1,000 wishes. A sick man only has one.
yeah,
I don't care how much money you have, bro. If you have something that money can't pay to fix, it doesn't matter. It's, bro, you would literally
yeah,
give, bro. When I had that kidney stone and I was in that pain that felt like I felt like I was gonna die, but it was extreme. I would have given every
they are.
single
Oh yeah,
dollar.
dude.
I would have given every crypto, every single dollar, everything I had access to immediately over to have that stop. And
Oh
shit,
yeah, it's
looking at the
the
hospital
same
bill, I
thing.
kind of did, but
Yep. It's like being shot. I would imagine. I mean, I've never been shot in the stomach, but apparently that's painful, very painful. Being shot in the gut.
they said it was like
But yeah, I would
the nurse
imagine
kept telling
shot.
me it's akin to like labor pain for a woman, like that same sort of.
Ugh, like level of
Teeth.
intensity.
Teeth can
It is
also
like
be very painful.
oh
Yeah,
yeah, dude.
that's the worst.
Yep.
You
Teeth,
can't
because it's
think,
right next to the brain.
bro.
Right
Toothache.
next to.
You can't even think, bro.
Oh, horrible.
Brain
And
shut down.
those poor people that get like really bad migraines, like the serious ones where you have to go lie in a dark room. That's horrible. That's like that'd be torturous as well.
Bitcoin going down while you're in a long is nothing compared to these pains.
Nah, hell nah. What chart?
That's
right.
You will forget
Yeah, what
about the
Doc's
chart
saying.
so quick.
But I mean, it is still emotions.
Yeah, and this is the whole thing. Like, I mean, this is a bit of a morbid topic, but like torture. Like, if you want someone to do something, like they'll give up information, they'll give up whatever if you've got them in pain. Like, pain is horrible. You know?
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
Do you sometimes feel like market maker is trying to torture you?
I think it's just a
They're doing
symptom.
it every day, my friend.
That boring. The
When
torture is
price is not
the
moving, it's
sideways.
torture.
Yeah, that's the torture,
Yes.
bro.
Yeah, the torture
When it's
of just
moving, it's like
boredom.
heaven.
Sideways capitulation
Yeah.
torture.
Yep.
Like right, yeah, D-Block right now, it's like a relief, man. This little drop.
Yep.
It's like, yes, something
It's like,
happened.
yeah, cool. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're getting answers. Like, where are we
Oh,
going?
shit. Yeah, but
We
chances are when I go in, it's like D-Block says, they keep it in a range, right? D-Block. It's like it's a
Yeah.
range it's trapped in, man.
Yeah, look, if you cut on the dead bodies, you'll see. So you guys remember before
Right.
we were looking at it, these guys right here. And we said these guys came into the zone. They've got their liquidations within the trap, inside of the value area. Bad market participants. They're going to get slapped up. Now the target will be these guys, in my opinion, if this holds. Surprised they didn't come down a little bit lower, though. There's some more money down there, but the algo seems strong right now, which makes sense because the volume is low. So only thing really pushing the market is them right now.
Yep.
That and liquidations.
I wonder if your square lines up with the numbers I saw in the order book after the red candle on the left. Would be interesting because they showed it before it happened, so
It's
that
this
could have
range
given you
right
like,
here. It's if you take the value area range, it's just that range. And point of control is right where CME closed for the most part. Yeah, the Chinese came in heavy salvo and made everybody deals that they literally like couldn't refuse, while the rest of the world sort of ignored the issue. Can't be mad at them though, right? That's what they're gonna do. That's what the number 2 economy is gonna do is fill the vacuums left or ignored by the world reserve currency. That's how they gain power. Every cycle that we've had from the Dutch to the British, it happens exactly the same way. World reserve currency gets too big, things fall through the cracks. Second place comes in, fills those gaps, slowly builds steam. And then eventually we top out. Yeah, they built everything, bro. Infrastructure, all types of shit. They came in there and literally filled, they filled the vacuum. They filled the need. Some of the best videos I've seen are these videos of like these warehouses or like these factory jobs, and it's like it's all Africans working there, and there's like 2 Chinese guys. They're getting all loud and talking crazy, and like every once in a while they just snap and run them off the block. Like, hey, don't get it twisted. Nah, it's the Chinese are. I don't mean, I don't want to speak in generalities, but the complaints are that they're very heavy-handed in these factories. All right, here goes that sweep. This makes a little bit more sense. Come grab this. We can hit daily open without freeing trap shorts. This 800 EMA is going to be the big sort of decider here.
It's the final hour of the Saturday candle, huh? Or what will be the final hour anyway.
Mm-hmm. Big vector gaps being left behind. So the fuel to get back up is already sort of being established. Remember, when there's red vectors, that means that retail wanted to go short. Market maker matched those shorts, which leaves a corresponding long position where your short position open. Right? So as candles coming down, and you're saying, I want to go short here and here and here and here. Market maker says, okay, I'll fill that order here, here, and here, and here. But these are longs, right? That's how he gets his money back. That's when we talk about the market maker paying himself. So far, there's long positions set all the way up, which is the market maker recouping his capital.
Whoever turned on that algo last 12 hours ago, where it was buying 10 Bitcoin every 3 seconds, it looks like it's come straight back, to the spot that they started doing that kind of thing.
Right. You left these vectors on the way up. It's an example of what we were just talking about. So market maker convinces people to go long here, so everybody goes long. Market maker in turn sets short positions where those long positions are.
Mm.
And then eventually comes back and pays himself. So now all that money that was all that money that was provided is back, and it's now being deployed again. Yeah. Now, just like we say when it's going up, if we invert this, when market maker gives you candles up and stops, it's a test, right? It's a test of sentiment to see if retail has the sentiment to continue buying without the liquidity that comes from market maker. Because if his target's up here and he's already paid for this much of it, he's not going to pay for the entire trip up. Even if he's going to get his money back, it's to induce retail. When retail gets induced to sell and they start moving and market maker sees the motivation, he will then start matching the trades again. But not until. And if they don't, price will whip around, naturally come back and pay himself on all those positions. So right now, retail stepped in, right? This worked. I like to call it like advertising shorts, right? So market maker advertised shorts here. Retail bought. Like they bought the advertisement, not bought the, you get what I mean? And there's market maker jumping in now. Right? Retail drop. The drop stopped. Market maker decided to match some of those trades. Now, the sign that we look for when market maker is done or his motivation is done are stopping volume candles. Right? Price comes down, you get a red vector that turns into a green vector, consumes half of itself, turns green by the end. It's like that break being hit.
And that was interesting seeing them turn that algo on. I never, because I don't know. I don't spend much time watching the you know, the executed orders, but now that I'm watching it more often, I'll be interested to see when they do it again, like this thing that just ticks and buys or probably sells as well, right?
Yeah.
In increments like that.
Mm-hmm. The majority of how they push price, they do operate on spot as well, right? They will buy and sell spot positions if a big if a big spot or buy sell comes in that needs to be matched, right? So they will accumulate that way. But most of the time, it's whether it's deciding to provide or not provide, right? If the sentiment is down and they decide to not provide liquidity, it basically forces price to a standstill, because filling those orders and having the price hit the book and go through the order book is what gives you your delta, that actually gives you your red candles. So they have a lot of control over up and down, just whether they decide to provide or not. And you see sometimes they'll just give up, like, no, we're not paying for any more trip up. You know, it's not happening. We got 10 minutes for this candle to close. I still think
What's
we
up,
come down
Dbloc?
the daily open.
How we doing, man?
What's good, bro?
Just got home from the gym, and it looks like we're dipping down in 107, huh? What did I miss? What's going on?
Not much. We got up into the CME close, sat there for a little bit, and then hunted some liquidity. We're grabbing some liquidity out of the downside.
What do you think? Still looking like a weekend trap kind of thing?
Yeah.
Playing in that range?
Until we free those trap shorts, I expect to just pop back up to CME close. I'm actually going to trade back up to CME close pretty heavy here as soon as we get bottoming formation.
Yeah. So I'm gonna shower and head out. I won't be home probably till like midnight.
You're probably not gonna miss. You're not gonna miss much, brother.
I'm not gonna miss much, right? Yeah, I'll just stay out of this one then. I don't wanna. In case we go down to that magnet you were pointing out yesterday, my eye's still on it.
Yeah.
I got a good feeling. Trump had a meeting today in West Point, New York, for the graduates, and he made a pretty good statement. He was like, "Folks, remember this word, momentum." And the second he said momentum, and I shit you not, it popped up like 30-40 cents. And then yeah, he was like, "Yeah, you know, sometimes when the momentum is missing, you have to know when to just walk away for a little bit." I don't know. I just tried to like really look deep into it, even though I know it had nothing to do with the market.
Yeah.
Because you know it's Trump, and so yeah, we'll see what happens then. All right, I'll catch you later on tonight then, bro. Thanks for the update.
Gotcha. BTC boss, just hit me up, bro. Message me on Discord. I can either give you my wallet address, or I could just give you my Cash App if you want. That $50 to join the Discord is a tip. Is officially a tip. That's TIP. If the IRS is listening. But yeah, definitely pay your taxes. I plan on giving the IRS every cent that they are owed. I'm also planning on avoiding paying every cent that they're not, within the laws that are given to us in this great country of ours.
Hey, Dbloc, no tax on tips.
Oh wow, that's a coincidence. Right when I changed my thing to tips. That's funny. That's good to know, though. Appreciate that.
I don't know if it falls into it, but I'm just joking. But yeah.
Well, super tip, where super chats will from now on be called super tips, and super
You know what,
stickers
man?
are super tip stickers.
The IRS people know that people don't like paying tax, right? So much so that even they probably don't like paying tax. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The employees of the IRS are probably like doing the same shit. Like, how do I reduce the tax that I have to pay? You know, it's not
That is
tax. It's not
so.
tax fraud. It's just tax it's not tax avoidance. It's like it's just reducing what
Yeah,
is
you're just
unnecessary. Yeah.
you're taking advantage of every right given to you in the tax code. You know, it's just like
Yeah.
anything else.
Well, the funny thing that you mentioned that about the IRS employees not paying their taxes. Guess what Doge found just recently? It was like a few days ago. They were like, yeah, we came across
Punch.
thousands of IRS employees who do not and have not paid their
Pay tax.
taxes
Oh
in
yeah,
like a
they're probably real
long
good at it.
time. I was like, wow.
That's because they're
Hey,
at the helm,
That's
man.
hey, D
that's
Block.
also true for non-IRS people, right?
Hey, when I worked at
Um,
Domino's, I didn't pay for pizza, guys. I don't know what to tell you. These are the benefits that you get when you work somewhere. It's always worked that way. Nah, that's scandalous though. I'm just fine.
Hey, D Block, where's that purple moving average at? What price is that? D Block.
107.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So D Block, it's gonna be tough to wash through 107, right? Maybe could they wash through 107? You think?
Yeah,
Possible?
there's plenty
Possible?
of liquidations right there.
Yeah.
You've
Okay.
already got mean reversion to the daily open, mean reversion to both of them. So I would assume
My
what
tip
we
is
don't
buy
want
more
is to
fart
take out
coins,
these
okay?
shorts. And even if we do, that's cool. Whatever. That just it opens up the possibility that we go lower and
Right.
that we
But
don't
is this a
sort of
little
stick
more? Hey,
sideways.
D Block, is this a little more action than usual on the weekend? Because I haven't been
Nah,
watching it on the
nah,
weekend.
not really.
All right.
We've had some pretty good weekends here coming out.
Okay.
HR with the $10 tip. Appreciate you, brother. W super tip.
What's going on, fam? How's everybody doing?
I'm chilling, bro. What's going on?
Well, I just had some dinner.
Yeah, I need to handle that here shortly.
Yeah, definitely do need to do that. Anyone there that hasn't eaten today, go get something to eat.
Yeah, that's always good advice. Drink your water. Get up out of that desk chair. Do a squat or two. Just
Yeah,
move.
yeah.
Go have a shower if you haven't had one in a while.
Although D
If
Block,
you're in Florida, you've probably had
yeah,
3
yeah,
showers
that's what I
already
was gonna
today.
say, D Block. Be careful in Florida heat.
Nah,
I'm
if
north
you're
of
in
you, man. I'm
Florida,
like
you're
10.
probably on like your 3rd shower for the day. You probably got 2 more ahead of you,
You
and
gotta
that's
go out at like
inside with the
morning and night.
AC on.
D Block morning and night. That's it.
Man,
It's so hot. It's like 96, man. It's like 100 here.
Bro, I'm there with you guys. Over here in Texas is another hot.
Yeah, it's brutal there too.
Yeah, last time I visited Texas, man, it was way hot, bro.
I prefer the hot over the cold any day. I
not
take it.
me. Not
Bro,
me.
no shoes, no shirt, no
I'm like D
problem.
Block. I don't
Bro,
like
there's
the heat
only
that
so much clothes you can take off, bro. When it's cold, you can keep putting on layers. You can put on a sweater. You can put on a vest on top of that. You can put on a bubble on top of that. You can put on some 30 below Tims. You can wrap yourself in a heat. You can always get warmer.
Yeah.
But there's a certain heat where you just can't cool off, bro. And that's the
There's no
worst shit.
season. There's no seasons here.
I'll still take the hot over the cold any day.
Yeah, California spoiled me, and so did Florida. And I loved the weather in Florida, man. I wasn't that far from Oceanside though, you know.
San Francisco's got good weather, like 65. Doesn't get too hot. I think maybe in the summer.
Go order some dinner. I'll be right back, y'all.
Big week ahead. It's interesting with the holiday, the Memorial Day holiday, like what how the market plays catch up for that lost day. And if that kind of drives some kind of move, you know, some kind of volatility to compensate, you know. Guess we'll find out.
You know, the size of this pump and drop is half the size of the dump we had on Friday. Like, it might feel like nothing, but if you measure the percentage,
Yeah,
it's
oh,
half. It's half
yeah,
of the red
it's
candle on the left.
significant.
It's like overall volatility has been low this week.
Yep.
Maybe not on crypto, but you know, especially on the stock market. It did accelerate a bit Friday, of course, but it's been a pretty flat week, yeah.
Yeah, I was watching Nvidia, and I was actually surprised that it went back down a couple of bucks. That kind of surprised me, man.
You mean Friday? Well, yeah, things can't only go up, you know. They do 2 step up, 1 step down. It's been
Yeah, because it's so undervalued right now. I mean, even at its price, it's just still really low.
it's been like that for 60 years now, no?
Yeah,
When
I
did the
guess so,
stock
huh?
market start? Like after
Good
the
question.
Second World War?
I think it's evolved. Like there's been early markets, and then what we know today is like the modern stock market hasn't really been around that long. But yeah, there were markets before that. It's just just the way that it operates has changed over the years. I would imagine that the earliest was all just, you know, on paper. Like, you know, there was obviously no terminals and that kind of thing.
I was thinking 1800s. Yeah, it's 1886, the New York Stock Exchange.
There you
did
go.
a Google
Yeah.
And
search,
there were
and
bucket shops back then too. So read
yeah,
Reminiscent of a Stock Operator.
did
They
a
would
Google
call out
search, and
valuations.
they're saying that the stock market in Amsterdam started in the 1600s.
Oh yeah,
Isn't that
wow.
crazy?
You can almost, I mean, yeah, stock market as in a stock that represents a share of a company. Yeah, that's different. But you can, like, the beginnings of this is you can go back to like just food markets back in the day. You know, a person would bring supply, and then the consumer would come in with their money and barter with the, you know, and there would be trade, you know. So that's like, I guess, what do you call it? Like the fundamental beginnings of how markets sort of were.
Money
It's
is
more
like
like a
very
commodity
old,
style
right?
thing.
It's
Oh yeah.
also saying that Wall Street, which is synopsis with the stock exchange, according to the Library of Congress, the market on Wall Street opened May 17th, 1792.
Wow. Could you imagine the way that used to function? Like it would just be like numbers called out, and it was up to you to track like the trends and plot it out on paper. And then they had the ticker tape thing, like that. It's sort of started to make it a little bit more efficient. But then, yeah, when the computer thing came around, man, that would have been a big change, big revolution.
Actually, Rick, in Europe, it goes back to the 1300s. Money lenders of Europe traded debts
Wow.
with Venetian lenders.
All right, I'm back.
Yep.
Wow, man,
You know,
that's a while ago.
Information.
You know what's interesting? Like, so coin currency of the Roman Empire, like a lot of the coins that they've found have little clippings off them, where people would take a piece of that coin, and still it would, you know, represent the value when you pay for something, but it's got like a little bit missing out of it, and they would collect up clippings and then create coin, and this is like how it got debased, basically.
Wow. Yeah, that's
We're clipping, yeah, coin clipping. It's interesting, yeah. It's kind of like counterfeiting, really.
Yeah, that's why the
Saves
money
on
lenders had to start
cross-sections.
using scales.
Yeah.
What do they call that in crypto? Dbloc dust or something? Crypto dust.
Yeah,
Like it's like you got particles left of.
yeah, it's that little bit
You
of
got
Except,
dust
particles
that
in your
gets
wallet or
siphoned
something.
off.
except you
But
can't
this
counterfeit
It's
crypto,
what
which is
Robinhood does with their
which is
free trades. They cut off a little clipping. They just take a little clip off each edge of each trade.
oh
But they do it for
FTX
free. They don't
they
charge you for it, you know?
Yeah, they're still doing it after 300 years, 500 years.
this is why proof of reserve was so important after FTX, you know, like they said they had it, but they really didn't. They just on the exchange they said, yep, you own this much Bitcoin, but you really didn't.
Yeah.
It was just numbers on a screen, you know.
We closed that stopping volume candle by the end of the candle, so that's a big smack on the brakes. Came down, cleared the rest of that vector. Now we're getting some vector recovery back up to the 50.
Yep, that's been holding that whole time.
Eve gave a better. Didn't Eve give a better trade here though? Hmm.
Are you watching it? Yeah. What's that? Hey, Dbloc, what's the other chart there on the right that's small? Is that like a different symbol there?
What's that?
Oh,
Where?
that must be dominance or
That's
something.
Dom. Yeah,
Bitcoin
that's
Dom.
Dom.
Yeah, dominance.
Let's take a
Yeah.
look at Dom, actually. We haven't taken a close look at Dom here. So this is where we were trying to tell Dom what to do. Right? We wanted to curl over, so we want to put in a lower high.
Yep.
As long as we put in a lower high, be decent.
And that magnet, Dbloc, I'm trying to get it down to that magnet. The magnet you got down there.
So, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
These freaks won't let it go.
Could make it bigger, actually, because there we go.
Well, why not put it at 38%?
Nah, it gets too. If it's too far, the magnet. You know how magnets work, bro. Got to get kind of close enough to it to where it's in the magnetic field. You can't go too far, or else it's just a piece of metal sitting on the corner.
Does anyone else's Discord do that when they get a phone call and they're on Discord on their phone? It like pauses the Discord, and then when your phone call ends, it rushes through all the stuff you missed. You didn't miss it. It just plays it on fast forward and then catches you back up with live. That's weird.
Yeah, Rick, I had Discord on the phone. I had to switch to the PC because on the phone my volume went down. Like I could barely hear Dbloc. And I switched to my PC and it's fine. But it's when I'm using the phone and the Discord at the same time.
Gustav says, how are they going to stop the market? How are they going to stop the price if someone just sells, if someone like Win just sells hundreds of millions? Well, the market maker has to match that trade. The market maker doesn't match that trade. He's got to go on the book. If he goes on the book, he gets too much slippage. Right? So you won't take that trade. Market maker decides if that has an effect or not. But yeah, at any point, your TA can get blown out by somebody selling a massive bag on market that doesn't care about slippage that you can't defend against. That can happen at any moment in time. In steps the German government, right? We saw them do it for weeks. Literally sold off all their Bitcoin on market at market price, took all the slippage in the world, and that gave us our 49. Appreciate you, Germans.
You done messed up, Ron. Germany.
How do we know that they were not also buying with another wallet while selling with one wallet?
Mostly because of the regret that you see on their face is a clear giveaway. They sold because it was seized Bitcoin. They're at about a $4 billion loss right now. Or $4 billion of money left on the table, I guess I should say. It's not a loss. Because they paid nothing for their Bitcoin, right? Their Bitcoin had a zero cost basis.
That many probably
highlights to
went
me.
into the stock market, huh?
Well, they could use $4 billion right now. But yeah, I'm sure it went somewhere.
The fact that Germany sold, and like even the monetary issues with Japan and Greece in the past, like it kind of highlights that okay, governments aren't all powerful and coordinated and in control. They're just as like they make mistakes and they, bad investments, bad ideas. Like
Yep.
people give too much credit to governments. They really don't know what they're doing half the time.
Governments and big
It just
money.
scares me.
Like big money is not
Yeah.
smart money. It's just big money. It's just a
No,
lot of money. It
that's
doesn't
right.
mean they're smarter than you or they've got some secret plans up that they're smart enough.
And
I
it's
mean they're rich enough to be able to have a high risk tolerance. And they only have
and
to
it's
be
like
right a couple times.
if a billionaire did well in the 90s, they built all their wealth up in the 90s. Maybe the 2000s really sucked for them. Like they couldn't keep that strategy going, because the game changed and they didn't adapt, like stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most likely the billionaire from the 1990s.
Yeah, the 90s looked like an easy decade in the stock market.
Fast
It's
money,
just,
fast, cheap money.
just went up. And the tech boom, like the whole internet and, computers and everything.
It's what we're in now, if you ask me.
Yeah,
I think
it is
people will
similar to
look
that.
back at what we're doing now in this environment that we're trading now, being this early in Bitcoin. In 20 years, they'll
I
look
wish they
back
could
and be
go.
like, wow, the Wild West. Like everything was legal. You could literally do whatever. Did you hear that they used to trade little pictures of characters? Crazy. Right, it'll be so
That kind of
regulated
like,
and I don't think it'll resemble what we have now.
that kind of feeling that you're late. I remember feeling like that in 2018, like that, this Bitcoin thing, the crypto, like I've missed the boat, like I'm too late. And it's kind of like an illusion.
Yep.
It's the illusion of like the present moment. You think that, surely it can't go further. And it's the same with like technology. It's like you think we're at the bleeding edge. Surely there can't be much more developed from here. We've thought of everything. This is the pinnacle. This is the peak,
Silly rabbits.
I'm sure yeah, you probably could have felt like that in the 80s, or the 70s.
Well, that's what Michael Saylor says when he talks about that square block in Manhattan. He's like, if you showed up in
Yeah.
the 1800s, you might have thought the price was high, and then if you came back in the 1900s, you might have thought the price was high. If you came back in 1950, 1960, 1970, oh, we missed the boat.
Yep.
But you would kill to be able to buy a city block in Manhattan at 1970, 1980, even 2000 prices.
Yep, definitely. Even pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, if we thought even the top of real estate before the GFC, which kind of was a big contributor to why everything crashed then, the valuation of houses and real estate back then, if you look back on it today, that's cheap. But at the time, that was like grossly overbought and
Yep.
overvalued,
Yeah.
But now that's cheap. Looking back on those
You would
prices.
wish to go back to 2008 bubble prices.
Yeah, exactly. And that is that is a big testament to how devalued our currency is over time. Like, and this is why Bitcoin wins. Like, Bitcoin wins that battle against money, against fiat.
Enoch, you got to open my brother. Oh, you're there? Okay, what's up?
Yeah. Yo, Dbloc, I sent you an article about from New York about what happened there to this guy.
Gotcha.
Don't mention it on YouTube
No.
Live.
I'll take a look at it.
Yeah. Look what he did to the guy, man. Crazy.
I'm not even following what you guys are talking about in chat. What did Win do? Don't tell me he opened a super public long position to get y'all to go long just to have shorts on the side and close his long position and eat off the shorts. This is the same Win from Win Casinos, correct? Same guy, right? I know.
Very
I'm just talking
undecided
shit.
candle here, right? Slow turnaround.
Yeah.
The 30-minute is like indecision. Huh?
Yeah, this whole level is like a struggle, man.
On some of these coins, people are giving up the idea of longing, like it's that's the effect of the news. It's not the effect of price. It's more like the bullish pressure is less.
I don't know, man.
So
Sometimes for me, it just comes down to red candles. I think people are so instinctual. Like the majority of people, I would say over 50% of traders are trading off of pure instinct. They look at the chart, they get a feeling on if it's going up or down, and then they trade on it. 3 red candles, 4 red candles in a row. You already know what they're thinking. The same as when they see 3 or 4 green candles in a row.
But it doesn't make sense because this is all happening much higher than last time, and like, how can I don't? I'm looking at Cardano, for example, and yeah, there's less longs now than like 2 days ago. We're higher though.
Even at higher prices, the same emotions kick in. You know how crazy it is to see people panicking at 107, bro? When you almost knocked your grandma over celebrating at 107 on the way up no more than 3 or 4 days ago. Same price point. Almost sent grandma to the hospital, and now you're ready to end it all.
Are there really people reacting like that, Dbloc, man?
Yeah, Twitter is... I told you guys, the danger that we had of going up to 112 is that Twitter would automatically go back to the last bull market and say, oh, higher high. This is it. And every break after that, they'd ramp it up. And if this breaks again, they're going to ramp it up again. By the time we get to 105, 103, 102, 101, the bull market will be over on Twitter. I'm telling you, they'll all get left behind again. It happens every time. And the crazy thing is the same people that told me the bull market was over at 74 told me that we were going to 150K no stop here. And now they're saying that the bull market is over again. And it's the same people, like literally the same person.
There are really people saying the bull market is over on Twitter right now?
No. That's I'm being extreme, but they
Oh.
are saying that this. Well, they're saying that
It could be
it's
over.
not a
yeah.
brand new call of it being over. It's the same call. They're just saying that this proves it, right? This is that 69 to our 64. You don't want to follow these guys. Is not. I follow these guys so that you guys don't have to. I don't even promote their pages, bro. They don't. I just follow them because it's funny to see like the sentiment, you know.
That argument is very valid though. This is like when you look at the structure, the width,
It's valid if you
the higher high.
if you ignore timing. It's valid. They're ignoring timing and they're ignoring global liquidity. I can see the flaw. I see their points, right? But I see the flaws in their TA. The problem is that their points back up their bias, so they ignore the flaw in the TA. They ignore that the timing doesn't match. Whenever something doesn't match, they say this time is different.
Right.
Oh yeah, the timing is off, but this time is different. Oh yeah, liquidity is coming in, but this time is different.
Well, we pumped 6 months early, right? And then we corrected by doing nothing for a year. Couldn't you dump 6 months early and then correct by doing nothing for 6 months?
Because the correction is what changed that left translated cycle. We would have, I told you, I would have been getting out of position May, June, July. Or April, May, June was really my plan. But we fixed that problem that we had in timing.
You know, 4 years ago in May, Bitcoin dropped 50%. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
4 years ago in May, Bitcoin dropped 50%.
But we
So
had
I don't
come
know if
off
we're
of
early, late, or this or
well,
that.
now rewind a couple months and look at the movement that we had in Bitcoin going up into that drop in May versus the movement we've had in Bitcoin now.
Yeah, it's
we're recovering from something where there we were in damn near the euphoric state of the top.
You know, the maybe we can now put the bull bear market line at 65k, and in which case, Bitcoin barely exited its bear market, right?
If you want to follow all the metrics, you could put it at 69k.
65.
Because we've never gone underneath the presidential
Oh yeah,
election.
that's 67, right?
69.8, I think it was, or 68.9, one of those, somewhere in that range. So that would break a
those
metric
rules
that's
are there
held.
to break, right?
No, and that one's the weakest of all of them. I'll concede to that. That one's just coincidence. Right? It has nothing to do with, you know, it's just the fact that everything shifts over as the president gets elected. That's all.
There's only 3 data sets, the 3 data points. Like there's only been 3 different presidents, so
yeah,
3 cycles, 3 presidents, 12 years. We're starting the 4th, yeah. We'll be starting the 4th.
And we did come the closest that we've ever come to violating that rule during our bear market. We didn't, but we came the closest we ever have. So maybe we are rolling over the other side of that. I told you, for us not to break that metric during the bear market, we got to get up to like 235. Either that or we got to get less than a 60% retracement to the downside on Bitcoin. One of those 2 things would have to happen. One of those 3 things, right? Or the thing breaks. I'd much rather have that rule break than have any one of those, you know. We'll go to 223. That's cool. I'm good with that one. But I don't want less than a 60% retracement. I need a nice chunky retracement for Bitcoin during the bear market.
Yo, is it me or does Bitcoin look like it could be making like a head and shoulders, like a large head and shoulders?
One
inverter.
17 BTC got sold.
I'm sorry, your head and shoulders on what?
like on Bitcoin. Like it's just forming the head now. Like if we do happen to drop here
You're
and then
talking
test the
this being
neckline
a
or like
shoulder.
102, yeah, and then we create the shoulder.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Like
possible.
sometime in towards like June, and then the follow up drop off.
Oh,
after,
we're
like,
guys.
August.
My time frame is completely different. Like we've got 2 weeks to get whatever drop we're gonna get out of the way. After that, it's up and to the right.
10 days. I said 10 days. No, well, yeah, 2 weeks. Okay. It's gonna be sideways though. No drop. I don't know, but it could be.
I could
10
be
days
wrong. I
sideways.
mean, if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be wrong live in 4K. But that's how I'm looking at it for right now. If we see anything that tells us anything different in the next couple of days, I'll be right back. Hold on.
If Bitcoin can't drop further than current level, and you do climb back up to 109 again tomorrow, let's say, you're gonna end up with an inverted one, right? Bit bigger time frame, I guess. Which will fail at 112 again, but it's normal. Well, have like high probability of failing again up there.
No, but if you zoom out on Bitcoin, like it created the left shoulder, and right now we're creating the head, and if we come back down to like 102, that would test the neckline, a bounce to create the right shoulder, and then failure.
Yeah, but the head is not closed yet, right?
Yeah, and I was just thinking that's a possibility.
Projecting head and shoulders, if having at least the head closed already to think about the right shoulder is like, I'd say it's like a minimum. But yeah, of course, that's what you. I mean, if that happens, you'll end up with that pattern in the chart. Yeah.
What would close the head? The head on this would be all the way down to 102, right? I think, if it was playing out to be head and shoulders.
Yeah. It would be a complex head and shoulder, right? Because we already have a double left shoulder. So you already have one shoulder at 100,000, right? And then a second shoulder a bit higher at 102. And now you're maybe inside the head, but we still, we need to go down there to even call it a head, right? For now, but if you zoom in a bit and you just look at the the top here, you could argue that there's already a head closed, a little bit upward slanted, right? With what happened on 21st of May at 17 UTC, that would be your left shoulder. And then we already closed the head yesterday. And now if we come back down again to 106.8, people are gonna short like hell. Likely, right? And you would get also a bit of a deviation below the 800 on Dbloc's chart. Yeah, maybe a wick below it, and we'll see the reaction. Yeah, if the shoulders there are able to push price further down, then you'd still expect this level to become resistance, but you'd still expect a rescue boat, up to 106 again to retest and confirm resistance there before further continuation to the downside. And then we can think about 100K, at which point Bitcoin will be down 10% from the all-time high, right? 12%. That would separate from the current up move. Like it would be proof that we've started a new trend. You would look at that as a bit a new something different than what's happening since 74K. Because really, if you look, even on the 15 minutes since 74K, we've never dropped more than 6%. And that 6% was the initial drop. It's more like 5% after that. Like you could ignore the bottoming structure, basically the 74K double bottom. You know, after that you climb and you do your first drop is 6%. It's also you didn't get a golden retest there, like that drop after the impulse up after the double bottom. You know. If it had gone just a little bit lower, it would be golden entry. These are the the rescue boats for people who wanted to go long but didn't catch the double bottom, and they're seeing a huge green candle. They're like, okay, this is a sign of strength. I want to go into a long, and instead of breakout longing 83K, while you patiently wait for a retest of, well, you want to catch the downward zigzag, right? And if that had gone to golden pocket, I think a lot of people would have entered, but it got put a bit earlier. Actually at the 441. What a coincidence, right? Anyway, and that's the biggest downside you have in this trend. It's 6%. Since then, we've never seen it's 5.7%. We've never seen a red candle more than 5%, so it's a bit a very regular up move, you know? And similar. You go up 10%, you go sideways for a few days, you go up 10%, you go sideways for a few days, again up 10%, sideways a few days, and now we did the up. Well, maybe it's gonna try to go sideways, right? I mean, at least for the weekend. We'll see next week. So in this case, if you miss the short, like let's imagine Monday, Tuesday, like my plan would be that like if on Monday, Tuesday, Bitcoin does drop, let's say 10% or 8%, you know, even 7% would be enough actually. So let's say it does come back inside the old range. So the old range being, you know, top at 105.8 somewhere there, 106, let's say. So if Bitcoin does come back below 106 and stay there, not just a week, then on the next up move, I guess I could be interested in FOMOing short, depending also a bit on what people are doing. You know, if people are buying like hell the dips, then I'd be interested, yeah. Which is likely what's going to happen, right? In the end, all these people who feel left behind, who've been selling into this rally, now that they saw the all-time high, they might start to change their mind a bit on the bearishness, right? Because overall, order flow is well, remained bearish throughout this whole up move. The same way it was bearish on the down move. Like hasn't switched that much, and we even saw and are still seeing negative funding rates on some of these exchanges. It's like either traders are really good and they're holding at top, or which is possible, right? Or this short squeeze can still continue. Like it might still be a bit early to go short, right? Maybe more planning on a short for like 118, 120-ish. Maybe even 135, 140.
It looks like that you know that guy on Hyperliquid he had like a 1 billion 40x Bitcoin long position. It looks like he's fully just closed it.
Yeah, when you close a long, you sell. Well, someone also just bought. Maybe it's millions of small traders. Maybe it's another big whale. And planning for longs, honestly, it's just like I just can't. I'm sorry. There's just gonna have to patiently wait, and that's it. There's no, you don't long into a 40% up move. I mean, I don't. Yeah, scalp, but just long and go away. Pretty dangerous stuff here. I mean, I guess you'd want your stop loss like probably around 90, you know. Because if this uptrend turns into a downtrend, then that downtrend will have a bit higher likelihood of reversing upward again. Roughly, if it goes half of what it went up, right? Like let's say 50% of the up move. And if we just go 50% down of this current up moves, that's 90k. So it's not a crazy number at all, 90k. It's just we went up 40%. If we come back down to 90k, we'll have erased half of the up move, and it would be a good area to reverse again up. It's just that this tendency to put small right shoulders, or maybe even just don't put any, has been confirmed many times during this bull market. Look at the size of the, well, just, you know, what happened with Trump election. You got your pullback after the breakouts, but wow, that was small. 7% down, yeah. That's what happened at the last breakout. We got little breakout, pull back 7%, double in price in the following candles. Bitcoin just doubled almost, right? Went from 70 to 110. 110 took a while though, but the impulse was to 90k. 30% pump. The 30k breakout, we never had to down move. Just steadily climbed for months. October, November, December, just steadily climbing. If you sold anything there, you never had an opportunity to re-enter. Horrible, horrible stuff for sub traders. 20k breakout. That's a trade you would have needed to re-enter when hell was loose. And then you had 48k breakout. That's another example too recently, where price did come back down to. Really didn't stay long there though, so you had to be like watching the chart the day it happened, otherwise. And also you needed 6 months of patience. That's a bit hard. Hey, if it's the same thing here, we broke out in November, right? If you needed 6 months of patience, then that brings you to May. Well, sorry, no. Yeah, if you're short here and you don't buy, maybe in 6 months you'll be able to buy the same level if the same thing happens. Anyway, TA is boring. What's Bitcoin up to? Boring. These alts are a bit more interesting. You guys know what BUSDT is? Some new shit coin on my exchange. It reminds of a stable coin, BUSDT. But it's not. It's at 30 cents.
Hello, anyone there?
Yes.
I believe this answers to me, right? I wasn't looking into the graphs the whole day today, so what happened? Are we bullish, bearish? What are we?
Here's that good old Sunday, Monday purge.
Oh yeah. He took a nice little dump.
Yep, here's your discounts. I think Bitcoin's breaking a pretty long-term trend line here. Though we only had 2 touches on it, from what I can see, like here and here. It's kind of threatening to lose it right there. Daily chart. Oops. I wonder if we'll threaten this line here. Possible. Buying it. Look at all that buying happening as well right now. The harvesting tricks, man.
Bitcoin dominance is climbing too.
Yeah.
Alts are definitely not happy.
Do you guys believe me now?
Never
Never
doubted
doubted
you,
you, bro.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, wait, like 90K? Is that where you're still
So
thinking?
you were. I remember you were doubting the all-time high. You were saying that it would double top, possibly. You weren't saying guarantees. You never do.
Yeah, there was just strong evidence. Like, I was just seeing strong evidence that that was going to be the case. So far, it's playing out, but you never know what's going to happen next week. Just anytime there's a Bitcoin conference coming up, and we've been pushing highs, I never trust it.
When is that conference? Or was it
Um,
already?
It's supposed to be this coming week, like the next couple days.
Okay.
What the hell? That doesn't tell me anything. But yeah, 92 is my main target right now. I'll have to.
Targeting that CME gap.
Yeah, I'm watching to see as the price action emerges if that's going to change or not.
I
Bitcoin
think
Las
if
Vegas.
I think if we hold above 100,
Yeah, it's gonna be held
I
in
think
Vegas.
we'll leave that CME gap for the bear market. But I think if we lose 100K, we'll definitely grab that CME gap. Those are my thoughts, at least.
It's held
May
in
27
Vegas.
to 29.
Yeah, so that's
Yeah, it's this
Tuesday.
upcoming week.
Yeah,
It's
Tuesday
a
to Thursday.
yeah, it's a big event. Get together of a whole bunch of big crypto holders, and they're gonna do like a conference to discuss the future of crypto and stuff like that. But it's mainly like a BTC conference, is what they're referencing as.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
used
they
to
hype
be
it up before that, and then they all take profit, and then they don't care about the price as it's happening. They just get nerd out together. All the price
Trump was
drop.
at the one last year. Trump was at the one last year, and he did like a big, like, speech at it.
Oh yeah, that big speech. There was a big
like a-
pullback right after
It was-
that too. I made a video about it. Like
Yeah.
before the
Yep.
dump,
Yeah,
I
there's
was like, this is
from
gonna
what I hear,
dump.
there's gonna be a lot of crypto influencers there, like public
Oh, yeah.
influencers. There's gonna be a lot of public influencers.
JG
Yep,
Vance is
it's-
going to be there this year. Has
So,
anyone ever actually been to one?
Yeah, they used to be called Consensus. There was one. I don't know if Consensus is still a thing, but it's like it's another crypto related like event. I think it might be different actually. Consensus is a separate.
Yeah, they
I was
usually have a
actually
few
thinking
events.
about. I was actually thinking about going, but I don't know if it'll be worth the time and everything. I mean,
I was supposed to go to one during the bear market, but I never made it, and then some other things happened that prevented me from going. But yeah, I've never been to one. I want to go to one.
Dbloc's not going, is he?
I don't think so. He goes to the ones in Miami, I think sometimes, but I don't think he's going to this one.
So what? We're thinking this is gonna go to 90K, 99K, or something.
Right now, I'm targeting 92, but I need to wait a few more days or maybe a week to see if that's actually going to happen or not. What's clear so far is that the dips are not being bought as aggressively as they were before. So it seems like the momentum has definitely swapped to the downside. And if the bears kind of gave up or ran out of money trying to short and kept getting liquidated, and there's no more short liquidity to get, well, then there's plenty of long liquidity to get down below because there were stubborn bulls that probably didn't take profit.
But in October, November, I mean, retail was kind of in. They're not in right now at all.
Yeah, but degens are in.
Always.
It's like markets are like an elastic band. The further you stretch it, the more it snaps back. That's
That's
why
what I
that whole
said.
thing
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
on the what was it called? The the inauguration that had to snap back, and then you come down at Liberation Day that came down too far too quick. It stretched the band too far. It had to snap back. That's exactly what happened.
Like a
This
V-shaped recovery scenario.
Yeah, like I mean I think this year is going to be pretty volatile for
Yeah,
all
this
markets.
year looks like a trader's dream.
But yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Is like I just want people to try to capitalize on the volatility that we're very likely to see. It's probably not going to be like last year was so easy. It was just like everything was just up and to the right.
Just
But I don't
hold,
think it's going to be easy this year.
hold, cash in. This year, I mean, yeah, I guess you could try that strategy also, and it makes sense. I mean, it could work. Sometimes you're better off doing nothing, as they say. But if you know enough and you're comfortable with it, there's definitely opportunity for buying these snapbacks and drops, dips.
Yeah, you just got to know where the money's sitting.
Yeah, we know that. So actually got into an Ethereum trade and went to Ethereum. My fees are very, very low, and I'm thinking that's gonna go to about 3,500.
Robinhood is doing this thing where you can send Ethereum for free for like a really short amount of time. You have to have gold though. You have to be a gold member.
Oh, Robinhood?
Yeah.
Everything I heard about Robinhood was bad till right now.
Yeah, they suck, but they've got their pros and cons.
Can't be all bad, as they say.
Yeah, you can't be all good either.
Exactly.
Everyone's trying to make money somehow.
Remember the Bitcoin conference of 2022?
Yeah, that was the one I was supposed to go to.
Yeah, the 2022 one.
Yeah, I was planning on
The
going to
bear
that.
market one.
Yeah.
Just remember, who was the speakers of that one? I've got every website for each year.
That was the year that dude got up
22,
on
23,
stage
24, 25.
and was like, I have
Serena
a
Williams?
excuse me,
Yeah.
everyone. I have a really important like he was dressed in like a suit and he was like, excuse me, everyone. I have this breaking news. I have a really important announcement, and he just rips his suit off, and he's wearing a shirt with Doge on it, and he's like, Doge going to the moon.
Yeah.
Going to the moon.
Hmm.
That was hilarious. That guy's a legend.
Do you know who he was?
No, just an unknown.
No, but he was an
person.
absolute legend.
I wonder if there was a Bitcoin 2021 conference. I don't remember. I don't think so.
I think there's like one or two every year, but they're held in different places.
Oh, there was a conference. It's in Miami.
Yeah, there's like one. I think they have at least one every other year in Miami.
I'm just looking at. I'll show them on the stream right now. Ron Paul was at the 2021 Bitcoin conference, and Cynthia Lummis, Michael Saylor, of course, Jack Dorsey, Tony Hawk. What the hell?
Tony Hawk? What?
They got
Let's
Tony Hawk at that one.
go. The big
That's
bird.
crazy. And then the 2021, 2022, they had Serena Williams. That's very random.
I hit that.
But yeah, Michael Saylor's been showing up to him, man. He's been showing up to him since 2021, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Was there a 2020 Bitcoin conference? There probably was. And this is this year's one.
I want to go there just to meet like Michael Saylor and Ben Cohen and like
JD Vance is going to be
there.
there. That's wild. This Jack Mallers guy. I know what he's all about. Vlad. He's evil.
Yeah, he's the CEO of Robinhood.
Yep. Oh, look, Justin's son's going to be there. The Tron guy.
Lynn Alden?
Yep. Lynn Alden.
She's like a big finance person.
Yep. Peter Schiff, the gold guy. That was that hates Bitcoin. Or
But
did
he
hate
doesn't hate
Bitcoin.
it
Now he's
anymore.
like, now he has to agree with it.
Who's the guy in the spacesuit?
Chun Wang, he's just literally an astronaut. What the hell?
What? Yo.
What the hell?
That's
Bo
awesome.
Hines, David Sachs. Oh, he's that crypto Tsar guy.
Who, David Sachs?
Yeah. Ross Ulbricht.
Dude, that was the guy that went to jail for the Silk Road.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Silk Road.
Exactly. He's the Silk Road dude.
That's the one that got pardoned or something.
Yeah. He was in jail for like 14 years or something, and they finally pardoned him when Trump got in.
Trump
I'm gonna
pardoned him.
check.
I was following that whole scenario. I was watching his X page while his girlfriend was, writing shit for him, hoping he was gonna get released. I was like, man, I hope this guy gets released, because if he doesn't, it's not gonna end well for him. He had all this hope that it was gonna happen, and it just seemed like, I hope it happens, bro, because if not, this guy's gonna go into a serious depression, man. Can you imagine?
Yeah. Yeah, we needed to elect Trump just to get Ross out of there.
This is Bitcoin 2020. This is going back.
I checked the airfare this afternoon from Miami. It was like $700 round trip, which is not bad considering it's this late.
Oh, Sam Bankman-Fried was at the 2020 Bitcoin
Oh
conference.
man.
SBF.
I hate that guy so much.
And Tony Hawk, like he's been to a couple of them. Tony Hawk randomly.
The
Winklevoss
skateboarder?
twins. Yeah, literally Tony Hawk.
Holy shit.
He's a Bitcoin dude.
No, he's a different Tony Hawk.
Tony Dovish and Hawkish.
I always wondered if that was his real name or not.
Tony Hawk, yeah.
Be interesting to see who's at the Bitcoin conference this year that's going to end up in jail.
Yeah, like who doesn't make it?
Who's the next?
2019.
Sam Bankman-Fried. Oh man.
Dude, yeah, check Poly Markets for that one.
Oh,
That
Edward
Korean
Snowden.
Yo, Rick, that Korean guy will be there. Doku, what's his name?
Do Kwon. Yeah.
Count
He
Doku.
might be. Look at that. Edward Snowden in the 2019 BTC conference. That's pretty cool.
I remember that
What?
one. I remember him speaking.
I can't even imagine he would like expose himself like that.
Well, he was on. Look, he's on screen, so he streamed in from
Oh,
fighting.
yeah. Okay, right.
Yeah,
But that Max Kaiser guy, that guy is crazy. Like he's a Bitcoin maxi, but he's very eccentric. I remember this one.
I'm gonna have to look that guy up. I don't know who he is.
Max Kaiser, like he's just he's a big. He always turns up to the conferences and stuff. He's like an advocate for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Now this is going way back, but I want to see if there was a 2018 Bitcoin conference. Surely there was. That's the year that I came in to crypto.
A little while ago, I was checking on the price of Bitcoin, like in 2019, and at one point it was like $3,500, and I just took myself back. To what was I doing in 2019 that I wasn't buying Bitcoin at $3,500?
Right.
So
I think
was I doing?
2019 was the
home
first. 2019 was the first Bitcoin conference.
Right.
Because I can't find a 2018 one. Unless I'm just, yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't as A-list as it
Yeah,
is.
it just wasn't as organized as this is. Oh, there was one. Look at this one. The first Bitcoin conference was 11 years ago in New York City. It had 75 attendees.
Wow.
Can
And
you
Mt.
imagine?
Gox advertisement.
Hey, did those people finally get their money back, Mt. Gox?
Not sure.
I'm pretty sure most of them did.
I think they were about to. They were just about to a couple months ago. It's like the market was waiting for all that influx of money to come back in.
Well, do we see the critical low from Friday? Or, the Saturday sell-off? We're not far. We may as well
I'm
go check
approaching
it.
it again. Yeah, so this
The guy that was saying, is there a head and shoulders on Bitcoin? I'm like, yeah, I can see it. Look, you got uptrend, right? You got a high, a dump, the all-time high, a correction, and now you've kind of set in a lower high over here. So yeah, this is like a little mid phase head and shoulders that could, see it come check, 102 or something like that, or even 100. It's not off the table. Go check 100K. See if it holds. I don't know. It just depends what the market wants to do. Come Tuesday after the holiday.
I wouldn't be surprised if we got another swipe up to get people that are jumping in on shorts. But I do think that was a local top.
I tell you what, man, price discovery this bull market has been painful. Like, it hasn't been handed to us on a silver platter like the last two. Yeah, it's been more of a challenge.
No,
it's
you're
more
earning
of a
your money
grind.
this year.
Yeah, and like they take it somewhere and then they give it all back and make everyone question the whole thing.
Dude, that's why I was saying in 2023, I was like, dude, guys, this is bad that BlackRock is getting involved. I'm like, and they're like, what do you mean that's so bullish? I'm like, yeah, maybe, but like, I don't want it to act like that. Yeah, like I'm like, I like the way Bitcoin acts already. It doesn't need this stuff. Like it doesn't. Freaking BlackRock and institutions being involved, it's gonna ruin Bitcoin. And everyone was like, you're just salty because you didn't accumulate enough at the bottom. I'm like, I don't think you guys get it. It's gonna trade different. I'm like, we're gonna have freaking corporate guys all up in our business now and like trying to mess with it.
Maybe it's just the reflection of how huge Bitcoin is now. Like, because record money is coming in, but it just doesn't look as explosive as it used to because of how giant it is,
That's what Luke was saying. He's like, it's just gonna be more money involved. Like it could be upside. And I'm like, what if it doesn't get these big corrections anymore, like it always did before? And he's like, it's just more money involvement. He's like, there's probably there's gonna be more volatility, period, not just more upside, but
I
more
think
downside.
the larger it gets, the volatility gets smaller, like it stabilizes it, which is sad for traders and like,
It depends. I think more people have a say in how the price moves, but here's the thing, is that I don't think the volatility is diminishing as much as it is slowing down. Because when you've got people, it's just going to take longer for people to decide if they should buy in or decide if they should sell. Before it was like almost instant. It's like, oh yeah, this just broke a trend and it's going down, and like here we're targeting this fib, like, or we're waiting for it to get oversold. Like now it's
But it's,
like people are like, oh well, should I sell this or not? And it's like millions of people that are trying to decide like if they should get out, and then I don't know. I mean, just I think it's making it slower. That's why we got that whole big like. So there's that like 6 month reaccumulation in the summer of 2023. Then we shot up, and there was like some FOMO because of the ETF. And then when we hit 74, we hit a new all-time high before the halving. That was off schedule, and we got a 7 month correction, not correction, but like a consolidation that was like another reaccumulation. But I mean, it was like it only went down a total of 30%. But for it to bottom, like that was more of a pullback in time. For it to actually bottom, it took 7 months before it made its next leg up. Instead of taking 3 weeks, it took 7 months. You remember how like in 2021 we'd see this big rip up, and then it would come down for like 2-3 weeks, maybe a month. It would be bearish, and then it would just go and blast off and make another new high again.
yeah.
It was only
I
like
was more referring to just the scale of Bitcoin. Like the bigger something gets, the more money it takes to shift it
Yeah,
to
the harder to
from a
manipulate.
performance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's because it's so huge. Like the waves are getting the performance. Okay, obviously the dollar is the valuation's changing like rapidly. The linear from a linear scale, but from a logarithmic performance perspective, the bigger it gets, the more shallow it performs. Like it just doesn't have, those huge rips and dips like it did when it was cheaper. Like Bitcoin back below 20K was pulling in big performance numbers.
the market cap and the circulating supply and how many people
Yeah.
had control of the supply was way different then than it is now.
Yeah. Which is why Bitcoin going down, sub 50K is not a bad thing, because it gets all of its performance back, like it's becomes like you get more bang for your buck in the bear market and then into the bull. Like
honestly, if there's like this huge, like big, huge like housing market crash, and there's like everyone's saying it's like an economic disaster,
big reset.
I'm hoping that it goes below 50K. Like I mean,
that would be great as an opportunity. Yeah.
Like I don't know how low it's gonna go, but I will be buying because it's like,
yeah.
If
I heard somebody say today during, I think it was the BCB. I don't know if you guys have heard of BCB, the blockchain backer guy.
Yeah.
He does like some kind of Bitcoin. Like he's mostly an XRP guy, but he does obviously, if you're in crypto, Bitcoin is the leader. And so he does a lot of analysis on Bitcoin, and he was saying to expect 50 to 75% retrace during the bear market. And I was just like, oh, I love that.
I mean, that's what it does every time. It's just that every time before there was no, the market cap wasn't as high as it is now. Plus, there was no BlackRock involved. There was no ETFs. There was none of that. So
no institutions.
To be honest, it might still do like a 75% retracement, but instead of taking a year, it might take 2 years, or it might take 3 years. Like it might be bad and going down for a long time, or like maybe it takes 2 years to even get down there, and then it goes sideways or flat for another year or two, or something like.
Judging on the performance we've seen during this bull run, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, like it's not. I don't think it's gonna be the same 4-year cycle that we've all come to know and love. Dbloc, like lives and breathes it, but I think if it changes, he said he's going to live and breathe the 4-year cycle until it breaks. And I agree with him. The thing is that I think it will break eventually one of these times. I think we've started to see the first couple cracks, actually.
I think it's broken
you know
already.
why? Yeah, me too. You know why? Because the effect of the 4-year cycle was the halving. Like that's why it's 4 years, because every 4 years there's a halving. The halving effect in the early halvings was so much more impactful.
Yeah,
it's
way more
profit,
dramatic.
Whereas now we're splitting atoms now. You know what I mean? Like it's so small.
the reward split is just no much different to the previous split, like as in the block reward.
Yeah.
It's getting tighter. So that means like the effect of the halving is getting smaller. Like it's gonna become like a new animal, I think.
Yeah. I feel
Yeah.
like you're right, and I think it's gonna act a little bit more like traditional markets too. Maybe even like a mix between like the Nasdaq and gold.
Yeah, I think it'll start acting like gold.
Oh
Because
no,
that's
I gotta look at Doge.
the closest thing it's similar to is gold.
I hope True got out of Doge because it's down. Well, I mean, it's still long to it. It's past the point where I think it could sustain a breakout though.
Yeah,
You know what they say? This time is different, right?
Yeah, they say that every time. It's never different.
well, long term, I think perhaps Bitcoin will shift from becoming risk on to risk off, like as in like the flight to safety type thing. People start seeing it as the big hedge that everyone hoped it would be, you know?
Yeah.
It already is a hedge. I mean, it's holding up better than fiat because it's
Well, what did
it's
it
not devaluing, it's increasing in value over time.
when the S&P, the other major indices were tanking, when the DXY was tanking, what was Bitcoin doing?
Yeah.
Wasn't really
Well,
taking that big of a hit. It was going down, yes, but it was only returning to support.
No, it was definitely
this,
decoupled from the stock market totally this time.
yeah, like
yeah.
I think that was the
Owen
first.
Times.
That
was
might have been the
time.
very first example of Bitcoin becoming a flight to safety.
It is kind of tricky though, because it's like one instance, and there has been other instances, but I don't know, we just need way more data. We need lots of time under the belt to see how it behaves because it's still so young,
Yeah,
even though
but
it's like 15 years old.
I'm not gonna wait for it to get too expensive.
Yeah.
You know, like the cheaper it gets this bear market, the better. And I'm just gonna get as much as I possibly can. I might not be able to get 10,000 Bitcoin, but I should be able to get 10. Or hopefully I can get 10. You know,
10 Bitcoin. Yeah, damn. I'd be happy with one. Being able to buy a whole Bitcoin, to be a whole coiner, like that's
I mean,
1 in 21 million coins
we
possible, right?
could have done it this cycle. We weren't screwing around with
Coulda. I
leverage.
know. Yeah, 15,000 doesn't seem like that much to pay for a Bitcoin compared to now, like almost 115,000.
I bought 4.3 at
Honestly,
24K.
a lot of us here in the States, like if you just took your stimulus check, you could have probably bought close to 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah, I could have bought a whole Bitcoin in 2018 when it crashed to $3,000.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Right, now it's a
Don't
little
have
bit
myself
further out
to
of
blame.
reach.
I stole the neighbor's cat, sold it, and bought Bitcoin with it. I literally sold everything I fucking owned: my cars, my trailer,
Language.
my boat. Sorry, everything. Literally everything. I was looking around like, yeah, this is junk. I can sell this, and I just,
Yeah.
I
That's
sold
probably
everything.
what I'll do. I'll probably start selling anything I have that's worth anything. Like I'll probably start doing it now or very soon before the next bear market. Because when the next bear market comes, it's going to be like a situation going to be nobody has any money. So I'm going to sell stuff now that I don't need, that I don't use, but it's still worth money. And I'm just going to put all that money aside for the bear market. It's not going to, I won't lose too much of it to inflation over a couple of years.
Well, you know what the dream is, right? The dream is to make some gains in the rest of whatever this bull market is, and then take those gains down into the into the
Yeah.
bear, sorry, so that you can reaccumulate with them.
But to be honest,
Yeah.
my plan is to buy property, and if I'm able to buy enough property and I can rent it out and make a passive income, then I'll just put that passive income into the bear market. I'll buy the dips on crypto in the bear market. But I
Well,
mean,
that's coming up quick, man. Bear market
Hey,
ain't too far away.
if this is like the 18.6-year cycle, this is going to be probably my last chance to really actually get some property. So that has to take priority. If we get a real estate crash, that has to take priority over Bitcoin. But I mean, at the same time, it's like, yeah, if I was 20 years younger, which
If it's gonna be like gold market or whatever you're saying, the way you were saying earlier, then why are you even waiting for bear market? It's not gonna do much Bitcoin, right?
Just a warning, being a property owner and renting it out is not passive income. It's a lot of work.
no,
It's
I
not all
mean,
it's cracked up to be, huh?
it's semi-passive. I mean, anything extra that you make after expenses, like, yeah, you are still doing a ton of work to upkeep it and everything, but
You can hand it over to a property management company and just consider it
yeah,
part of the
They
expense.
they charge a lot, and unless you find somebody good,
mean,
like you'll
if
make
you
a lot more money if you manage it yourself. I don't know if you're like a handyman or something and you can fix stuff.
Totally.
But if you have somebody else manage it and the property pays for itself, and then you take out of your profit what you can pay the property manager, anything left after that is passive income.
Yeah.
Essentially,
I think the AI narrative is going to help a lot of people create more income as long as they prepare for it. There's a shift coming that's maybe equally as big as crypto, and that's AI. AI is going to change everything.
I think it's bigger than crypto. It's bigger than the internet. Like, AI is definitely a big shit. It's pretty scary though. Like, I honestly, I don't know if I want to live in an AI driven world, to be completely honest.
Does
Yeah,
does it
because
look like does it look like Bitcoin's trying to rebound right now to you guys? A little bit?
Totally.
It kinda looks like it, huh? Let's see.
I don't know. Anyone who wants to get property that I don't know, it might to be like a to rent out property. I don't know. It might be easier to like.
What is the noise in the background?
My background? I don't think there's anything.
No, I think it's Rick. Rick, do you
Oh,
have
is it?
like
My bad. I'll mute myself.
you have Spotify on in the background? We're hearing ads.
Spotify, really?
I don't know. There's something on in the background.
Oh, yeah. It's because you're watching my stream and I had a Litecoin video. I mean, I had a video on and it was an ad for YouTube. It's just a YouTube ad. I've muted it now.
Oh, by the way, not financial advice, but if you're gonna invest in multiple properties, it's very wise in this market now to use a property manager. Reason why is I believe they take about 10 around the 20% range out of what you make, but with the situation on rules and regulations on people of tenants living in your property and how they can squat your facilities, the management companies they know ways around to evict tenants as well as bring in new tenants for you, and it's a lot less of a headache if you have multiple properties. If you only have like one or two properties, you can probably manage it yourself, but if you have more than that, it's probably much wiser to go through a management company. Not
Oh, it's
financial
so
advice,
hard
by any means.
to. It's so hard to evict people. Like there's. It's a huge.
They got so many rights, man.
Do you have experience with this?
Yeah, I do.
My dad,
My younger
my
sister works for a real estate management company. So their management
dad
company
was
manages. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
my dad was a real estate agent, and my mom always had property, and my dad's best friend managed the property, and charged a bunch of money. So I don't know. It just seemed like my mom was never making that much money from it. It was just, yeah. It just sucks. It's like, I mean, you do make money, but it's and like the tax, depending on where you live, the taxes are so much that you have to pay. I mean, you have to be really. Oh well, if anyone could do it, I feel like Qui-Gon, you would be good at it though, because you have to be really like financially savvy. And my mom was. My mom was like a very financially savvy long-term investor. and
Yeah, but
you are that, like, you fit that bill.
the management
Thank you.
company, like I said, if you have multiple properties, the management company has a lot of benefits to it because, say for instance, if you need an AC guy, you'll have to look up if you're managing it yourself, you have to look up an AC guy. If you need plumbing, you gotta look for a
So,
plumbing guy. If you know, like, but
okay,
if you're
hear
going
me.
through a
So
management,
I have looked at the statements, and it would be like $250 shoveling the roof, and then I like went and looked at the property, and they like shoveled like this tiny little portion of the roof, and I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" It would be like quadruple the charge
All right. Well, I mean,
for.
here's the idea. I mean, first, like, it doesn't have to be like residential. Like, okay, so I could buy like a laundromat or something, and then put like it's like say a laundromat or a car wash or something, you know, and then put vending machines at it, and like, you know, just really most of what I would have to do would be to go empty out all the machines and stuff.
Some people make a lot of money off of
by
just
the way,
vending
that's a good
machines,
source of
actually.
passive income too. Yeah, the mats and um car washes are very
And
good source of income, passive income.
and you can make money off of being off property. Like, you just like, I think you have to find a good property manager, or you manage it yourself. Like, you have to like vet it,
Yeah, so
and you still have to be handling it yourself and like reviewing those statements every month, and like you have to be really on it.
Do you think that the guy that was best friends with your family member, do you think he was a good manager? Do you think he was honest? I mean, do you think that maybe that kind of ate into your profits because you didn't do a good job at it?
I don't think he was dishonest. I mean, he was honest because like, it was all there on the statement. It was like really obvious that he was just like charging a lot.
yeah, see, that's the thing though. If you don't have to stick with one guy. A good property management company, they can manage the
And
costs because they don't
I know
need
that's
to
why I
just
said,
stick with
like, you
one
have to be
contractor.
really choosy. Like, you have to like look through. You have to talk to a lot of different property managers and make sure you find a good cost effective one if you go that route.
Because for me personally, I'm speaking from experience because I have a younger sister who works for a property management company, and they manage over 300 something properties. And uh, during while I was growing up, I worked as a private contractor for them in my building phase in my lifetime. So I know like the ins and outs of it all. And like I said, if you only have a few properties, you can probably manage it yourself. But if you have three or more, or if you're investing into real estate, it's much wiser. It's less time consuming, less of a headache, less stressful if you go through a management company who takes care of everything for you. You just need to sign documents and get money, pretty much. They take care of everything. They find the tenants for
Property
you.
manager,
They manage
yeah,
the property for you.
doing it yourself is a headache. Like, your tenants will be calling you all the time.
Part of the job, I guess.
And it's just like, when I was before my dad died, he was a property manager. So yeah, I remember I just and back before they made the laws difficult to evict someone, I remember he would like go put locks on people's doorknobs when they didn't pay their rent for a couple months, and yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
you definitely can't do that. That's definitely not advice anymore. You definitely can't do that.
that's why I
Um,
said before they changed the laws when I was a little
yes.
kid. I'm just saying, like, I like
Anyone
lived
listening,
it.
don't do that. Don't do that right now because
I
there
didn't
are
tell
laws
anyone to
out
do
there.
that.
Yeah.
I've said before, like, I feel like you're ignoring what I'm saying.
No,
Before
I hear
they
what you're
changed the
saying. I
laws
just
when
don't
I
want
was a little
anyone
kid.
to. Yeah, I don't want anyone to do that because you can get arrested right now if you lock someone out of their house. They will come and arrest you right away for locking. It's all over the news. There's homeowners don't have the advantage anymore, and so
Yeah, and that's why
be-
it's so hard to evict. It's very hard to evict people now. It's
but
very, you have to go.
but
It's not
if
easy.
if you're with a good property management company, they have ways because they know the ins and outs of the laws and loopholes. You as a tenant, you don't know these loopholes, but management companies, they know loopholes around these new laws and stuff like that. And like I said, if you're with a good property management company, they will get the tenant out because they're not making money if nobody's paying you. The management company gets a percentage of what you make. So if you're not making money, they don't get paid. So it's their job to evict the tenant, and it's their job to find a new tenant for you. It takes a lot of the headache out of the whole phase.
I remember seeing a show where there was people that were squatting in empty houses. So they were kind of like moving in when there was nobody around, and they'd put their own locks on the doors, and they'd start making repairs randomly on the house. And then, usually
It's also when you have to go through that eviction process and stuff, and get new tenants, and sometimes they damage your property. You have to go through a lot of financial loss and recovery time, and that eats into your profits, and you have to go through a lot of that over the years, which is something to think about. I just hear so many people talk about oh, I want to get some property and rent it out, and it's passive income. It's this great fun thing that's going to be really easy, and it's kind of a huge headache. But I guess my family was very in the property management aspect of it too. But no, my mom wasn't even property managing, and it was still a headache, because I remember when people would get evicted or wreck the home, wreck the property. Um, so yeah, it is just something to think about. But I do think, Qui-Gon, you could probably handle it, the way you handle long-term investing, if you went at it like that. I just wanted to put that out there. If you're thinking, just so you know, it can be a huge headache.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's not easy, but the thing is that I've come to understand is that the population will continue to grow, and everyone's gonna need a place to live, no matter what happens. Everyone needs a place to live. So
totally.
and there's only so much land on the planet.
Exactly, exactly. And even if the housing market crashes, that only creates more demand for apartments and stuff like that. Because people got to move
Right.
out of their homes that they're losing, and so now they're in the market for getting an apartment or a place to live. So I remember the
Yeah.
last time that we were going through that whole foreclosure in 2008, where everybody thought, okay, it's going to be easier to rent now because the housing market and homes are going to be cheap. But it was the total opposite. Rents went higher because more people were trying to find apartments. And that's kind of like the scenario to look forward to whenever you see a housing crash.
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter what sort of economic situation the country's in, there's always going to be a certain portion of the population that is renting, just because at that time that's what's more convenient for them.
The alternative to all this is to invest in markets, man. You don't have to do any upkeep.
That's
you
true.
know.
That's
Well, yeah,
true.
but I already have
Just
experience
play
with
the
that.
cycles properly.
My
I think
brother-in-law.
Bitcoin will reward you more handsomely if you play the cycle, you play the flow of the business cycle. And I'm
Yeah,
not just
but
talking Bitcoin cycle or crypto cycle. I'm talking just the global economy cycle that happens.
right. But I mean, think of
Yeah.
it this way: there's pretty much a Bitcoin cycle and liquidity cycle every 4 years, but the real estate cycle only happens every 18 to 20 years. So I don't want to wait until I'm in my 50s. You know what I mean? To get to hit the next one. I want
No, I
properties
just
and places to live now.
yeah. Yeah. In the
I don't
investment game, I guess, yeah, you just got to pick your horse. And if you think that property and real estate is the go, then sure.
I think crypto's the
I
go,
mean,
to be honest with you.
well, I mean,
I'm
Yeah.
the
obviously, I think
same. It's easier.
crypto's the fastest
Know
horse,
what?
but
An
it's
easier way to dip your toe into it and not is to just get a duplex and live in one side and rent out the other. and then that way, like, kind of live rent free. And then the other person's rent, maybe if you're lucky, like pays for the mortgage. And then you're not going like headfirst into like a fourplex or something. And then you could start to understand, like what it's like on a small term basis.
Yeah.
And then you're not
I'd
having
rather
to,
do.
like be a renter yourself.
I'll give you guys an alternative. I don't know if you've ever. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you guys ever heard of like rooming houses, where people rent space for like the
Oh
week.
yeah, dude.
So
yeah.
the laws, like in certain states, when they rent by the week, they don't have any tenant rights. So the moment that they stop paying their rent, you don't have to take them to court to get them out. You just call the police, and the police remove them.
You know what
It's almost
else?
like an Airbnb kind of deal.
You know what
Yeah.
else I had thought of for that is like the thing with rooming houses, you have to have like certain common areas and stuff like showers and shit. But like, and like ideally you would want it to be a bigger building with a lot of units. But I mean, one thing that I had considered was opening like a sober living facility because there's a lot of people that look to go to sober living and they pay by the week. So it's like if they're there or gone, it doesn't matter. And like as long as there's drugs, there's gonna be people addicted to them and trying to get sober, and it kind of creates a demand for it. You know what I mean?
I did really well with a house that I turned into a rooming house. I got it was all flight attendants and pilots and stuff like that. And then it turned out to be like construction workers. It was like a good, healthy mix. And judging by the personality of the people, I knew what floor to put them on. I kept it like the quiet people on the top floor and the rowdy ones would be down on the first floor. And it worked out really well. Like you said, you have to create big common space areas. And I built everything, I got permits and I bought material. I hauled everything around in a minivan. And it took me about a year to finish the project, but at least I was collecting rents in the process. And I didn't even own the property. I rented the property. I was paying really crazy, This was like about 5 years ago, paying $2,500 to rent the property, and it was bringing in like $8,000. Anybody that knew me well enough was wanting to come in. To come in, they're like, "Dude, let's get another one and do it together." It went well. It went
Yeah, I
well.
mean that's the thing is that like yeah, I wouldn't even really have to own it, but still it would be good to own it because then I could make modifications to it. Like so say I bought like a pretty large size house and I split it into like 3 sections and then each section had 3 bedrooms in it. That's like, 9 tenants altogether. So I mean it's like from one house. So if you charge them even like less rent than they would pay somewhere else, but all of them together make up, double, triple, or quadruple what you're actually paying for the
I can
mortgage.
give you something to Google. So pilots and flight attendants, they rent these things called crash pads. And the reason they're the perfect ideal tenant is they come home, they take a shower, they sleep, they wake up, and they go to work. Rarely do they
Yep.
have pets or children staying in the property. They're
Or
always on the
visitors.
go. They
Yeah.
have zero
So
visitors. They
with
pay
the
their
sound
rent.
thing,
I'm sorry?
yeah. Oh, just quick question. Sorry to cut you off. With the sound thing, like when, let's say, yeah, like a tenant is living upstairs and a tenant is living downstairs, right?
Uh-huh.
Who hears more sound, the downstairs person or the upstairs person?
That's all related to insulation, I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I don't know, like because I live underneath, on the bottom floor of a house, and you just constantly hear footsteps
Yeah.
and
I
banging
would
and
I would always use
conversations and all sorts of things living
I would
underneath.
always I would
Yeah, I
always
don't know.
put the rowdy people on the first floor, the lowest floor
Yeah.
possible, and the quiet ones
Yeah,
on
because they're banging
But
around on the floor, like you can hear
yeah.
it
but
Hmm.
if the
downstairs.
guy on the first floor is in a garage band and he has practice over there, different story.
Yeah. I don't know, like, because all your equipment, if you've got like speakers and bass and all the equipment is sitting on the floor, like physically, it's not attached to the ceiling. Like So the sound, I don't know, you get more of an effect
Yeah,
hearing
I
it on the
lived.
floor of the upstairs person.
There's way to
I used to
soundproof
live in
everything.
I lived above a bar once, and it was like
Oh, that would have been hell.
I lived on the third floor, like not even the second floor, like the floor above the bar. Like I lived above the floor that was above the bar, so I lived on the third floor, and I
Oh,
could still hear all the music, feel all the vibrations and everything. Like I was just because
the
they
bass carries. The
That
yeah
must
bass
have
is
been hell, bro.
they played live music there like almost every night.
yeah.
And so, like, I would be like on nights that it wasn't like super late, but it was still late. I'd be trying to sleep and couldn't sleep because there's music just like vibrating through the entire building, and then like,
Dude,
Yeah.
at that point, you can't beat them. Join them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Or move.
I was down in that bar every night, like no doubt. But like sometimes I had to go to bed
I
early.
knew it. I knew you were gonna say that. I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah, I lived there. I knew everybody that went there. Like, so it was like I don't know. It was a big hangout spot. But the bar got sold. So I mean, that whole building got sold eventually. That building was crap, though.
One of my tenants was actually a recording studio, and you would
Oh,
never know it. You would never know it. They were on the top floor of the warehouse next door. And let me tell you something, it was so well insulated. Nobody in the neighborhood had
nice.
any idea there was a recording studio there. And this is an old property.
That's
I mean,
really cool.
I remember going into the attic doing electrical work and finding like carved into one of the beams. It was like 1917. So this house was, this property was old as hell. I mean, it was really old. Obviously it had been remodeled or whatever, but I guess the right insulation can pretty much fix anything when it comes to sound.
Yeah.
How's the saying go? And you can fix anything if you throw enough money at it.
Yeah, that's right.
Just looking like a V shape or what? It looks like it's bouncing back.
Yeah, like down on the low time frames, it's like there's a little bit of a bounce happening, but there's definitely been a lot of selling. That's since the all-time high. It's been pretty savage.
Yeah.
But it is the weekend, so we'll see if it see how it pans out during the week with the stock market,
In the United States, it's a long weekend too.
Yeah.
We have Memorial Day on Monday, so I think the markets are closed, so they won't open back up till Tuesday.
Yep. And it's the Bitcoin conference
Right.
week, so that might cause something, maybe a huge sell-off. I don't know.
Yeah, that's usually what happens, right?
Like a sell the event type thing. Yeah. Yeah. Sell the hype.
Well, we need some hype
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
wondering if there's for the conference there's a shot up, get the rest of the shorts that entered late, and then we drop down further.
It could. Yeah.
That's kind of what happened when Trump went there, but that was a big like sort of catalyst, like Trump being at the Bitcoin conference. There's a lot of hype around that. I don't know if it'll be really the same type of thing this time.
He was definitely hyping it. He was like, "Oh, it's gonna be huge,"
It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be the biggest Bitcoin conference you've ever seen.
Yeah,
You have the best guests
save the
there.
world with Bitcoin.
And then it was like a nothing
Yeah.
burger. He said nothing, right?
Well, he said he's gonna try to get better regulation. The regulators have been assholes to us.
I
That's
was
pretty much
expecting more, I think.
Well, I guess that's what you do when you're campaigning. Campaigning year, you make a lot of you talk a lot of like dreamy stuff, pipe dreamy stuff. Make it sound real good. Like you got all the big ideas.
Yeah, I think
I
there's
guess
nobody's
they
beat
don't do
Obama at that.
Right. I think it's the difficulty of having to convince everyone in government to follow through with that plan, like the Senate and all that, and everyone else.
We get the best ideas.
The news getting thrown around in how should I call it, off stream, like not mainstream media this week in the States, is that the FBI guys are compromised because they went from being totally, we're gonna lock people up for the what's the name of this guy who was molesting kids and everybody was in on it,
Jeffrey Epstein.
The whole Epstein case and everything, and now they're going back to, oh yeah, he definitely killed himself. There's no evidence there was any foul play, and just like off, not the mainstream media is just like totally destroying them, saying that they're probably compromised and they're not doing anything about it. And it'll be interesting, Some people are saying, well, maybe there's some people compromised that are, too important, or maybe right now are still in government and they're just using it as leverage. Trump is going to use it as leverage instead of, totally, what do you call it, exposing them. He's going to use it against them to, just like playing chess instead of just being straight.
Dude, that might be more powerful anyway. And to be honest, I wouldn't be mad if those people were getting extorted.
Exactly.
Those are the type of people you need to blackmail. People that are up to that shit. I don't know though. He did have, like, I'm pretty sure Zuckerberg mentioned seeing some weird stuff, but yeah, like he was Zuck was at like the not the inauguration. What was the big event they had beforehand? I don't know. He had a bunch of like CEOs there sitting in the front row or whatever. It might have been the inauguration.
No, it wasn't the inauguration. I know what you're talking about. It was like it was the inauguration of his new cabinet.
There was like some sort. Oh, it was like what was supposed to be the parade. There was like supposed to be some sort of parade afterwards, but instead, because it was too cold out, they did like some weird thing, and they held the event inside. I forget what they called it, but
That was the inauguration. Yeah, they did it in the Capitol building.
oh yeah, that was all on the same day, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, dude, I remember that because the Trump coin was dumping like hell the whole day.
All right, we got a new subscriber.
Wait, was it the same day? Because I remember he went to like 5 different parties the day of the inauguration. It might have been the day after. Because he was like signing all this shit in front of the audience.
Yeah, I think it was the day after. You're right. I know there was a day that he went to a bunch of parties, but there was that one day where he met with everybody. I think the day of the inauguration. Yeah, no, it was the same day. The inauguration was during the morning. And then I was like, how the hell is this guy pulling this off? He's like almost 80 years old and he's just
Right?
non-stop. Shit.
Like Dbloc says, he's got some good jokes. He was like, I hope that when I'm his age, I can afford the drugs that he's on.
You guys notice how that price came right above the 800 EMA? Almost touching it.
Crap, I don't even know how long it was muted.
A good 3 minutes, man.
Damn.
Hey guys, thanks for the chat. I'll be back later.
Yeah, take it easy, bro.
know. See you, Mary. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I'm all in. Let's go. About to crack this 108. Let's see if it doesn't get too late. But yeah, I scooped up a little bit. I did not saw anything. I held my position. Just scooped right now. Just got back in the lab and I was like, yeah, let me do a little sprinkle. And I'm hoping that Bitcoin can pick up. The bulls definitely need to wake up a little bit. I'm going to try to smack them around right now. Make some phone calls to my vampires. See what's cracking. Push his price up and do some big buys. Watch out.
Back in it to win it.
Let's go.
Looks like a nice inverted head and shoulders W type thingy down here.
Yeah,
Just ready.
might get some poppage soon. Things might start
A
popping
little
off a little bit.
disappointed.
We got an hourly candle coming in right now. Let's see how this comes in. Hopefully it's going to come in nice and hot.
Good, because I already had this damn entry earlier. And then I brought it back up to the middle of the freaking trap there. And then it ran out of juice. So here I go again. And I didn't close it out.
Here we go.
But no, I added to my trade. So let's go.
Let's go.
Should have. It would have been smarter to take what I had and then reopen it. But fuck it. Oh, I see. He's got it drawn out now. Good. Yeah, I thought they would have taken it to the top of the range with that trap box when they hit the middle, but they didn't. Oh well. Do it this time.
Yeah, Bitcoin's at a very make it or break it position right here. I mean, nothing major. If you look at the daily, though, we're still up. You know, the daily's looking healthy. We barely even dipped. We're still hanging. Trend is your friend, in my opinion. I don't see any big major reversal happen. Maybe, we zig and zag a little bit on the smaller time frames. But like even, if we drop down to 105, I think that's going to be a really nice buy. Anything under 100, I'm not playing with.
See, dominance is up.
Oh, here comes them big buys. Hourly candle, 11 o'clock. Bang, bang. You hear that? Bing, bing, bing.
Come on.
Bing, bing.
The dominance to tank.
Big buys coming in. Big buys. Someone was just dropping some gems. 8 million here, 3 million there, $500,000 here. Oh, another 2.1 million, another 1.9 million, 4 million. Big buys, 2.4 million, 2.4 million, 2.4 million, 2.4 million, 2.4 million, 1.9 million, 1.9 million. Big buy. QF distribution, 20 cents Doge. I don't think so, buddy. But that's just my opinion, not financial advice. You never know. You might get your 20 cents Doge, but I don't think you will. That's just my opinion.
found a nice chart for you Doge dominance chart.
Ooh,
It's Doge. Yeah, you need to go look at that. It's Doge compared to all the crypto, I think. I don't know if it's all the altcoins or everything, but I saw a guy on YouTube talking about it, and this chart, the way it lines up, when it tops out, it tells you when Doge is pretty much done at its
Yeah, that's a
major
good idea, man. I gotta
macro
check
move.
that out. That's a really good idea. I definitely gotta check that out. But look, we're getting some buys. We're nicely above 108 right now. We're 108, 113. Logic Irrigation LLC is asking Drew how you know they coming online to buy now. It's just a hunch, man. But I had to make some calls to my vampires in Transylvania. And sometimes, they pick up the phone. You know what's up. So what kind of irrigation you do, Logic? Is that like irrigation for plants, for like crops? Because we got mad crops. Got crops for days. Yo, Trump's gonna tweet by Doge. It's like, no. RA said we need to pray. Everybody get on their knees and pray. If you're a bull, pray. If you're a bear, you gotta pray. Big buys, big buys. Yo, RH, what am I supposed to be praying for? Praying for what, man? Am I supposed to pray that these bulls keep tearing these bears up with their horns? Blood all over the place. These bulls are bleeding. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. These bears are bleeding. I gotta take it easy here with this thing. I'm saying the bulls are bleeding, but actually, the bulls are bleeding a little bit too. They got stabbed up. They got roughed up. It was a nice one. Oh, we shall summon. Yes, we will summon the bulls. Oh, Bill said we need more bears to short. Oh, they're piling on. Don't worry. See, we got some licks. Look up there. They're slowly coming in. The bear barbecue's still in effect. People are bears. Bitcoin $108,000. I mean, yeah, if it's the top, of course, it's a good time to be bearish if it's going to turn around here. But it ain't turning around here, in my opinion. The trend is your friend, but not till the end. I'm a duck threw up some very useful BTC order flow and more on coinglass.com. I'm a duck always got that good info. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys at $110,000 Bitcoin.
What's up, fellas? Who's out here right now?
What's good? What's good?
Just got home. Trying to check the Bitcoin. Looking at my Doge. Doesn't seem like I missed anything at all. You're right, man. Right back where we left off. 107,939. Literally to the T. Sheesh.
We're just cruising.
Yeah, your weekend trap is playing out just like you said. That is for sure.
What do you always say? One day at a time.
Yeah, I'm not complaining, man. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, we're cruising at 107.9. Bro, we're sitting at 108. We're cruising.
The fact that it hasn't jumped down yet, mind blowing. Market makers are keeping this baby up.
I feel like nobody wants to sell either.
Nah, too soon. Way too soon.
Good, y'all. Anybody up? Anybody trading?
What's that?
I was seeing if anybody's still up. Anybody's trading right now.
I'm looking to trade. I've been itching to all day, man. But nothing's moving. On
Yeah,
Bitcoin, at
nothing.
least. I don't know if there's any altcoins out there making moves. Let me know. I'm down to play around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm taking a look. See, this is I'm looking at. Bitcoin. I'll take a look through some
Yeah, I
alts
mean,
and see what I'm
all
looking
I
at
know is the
chart
gainers,
wise.
but I don't really want to mess with the gainers, and then the losers. Like I'm looking at those, and if they're going down for a reason, I don't want to get caught up in that either. So I'm just kind of like torn, looking for an entry point, just kind of
Yeah.
waiting it out right now. I'm looking at a screenshot of Bitcoin when it was at $24,017, and I'm like looking at the patterns. I'm like, wow, this looks identical, except now we're at 107,000, 108. Fucking, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's wild, and the way it's playing out, I truly believe the next pump up, whenever this week, I really think this thing's gonna blow through 215, 216, maybe sit there for a bit. I think that's the next leg up. The way I'm looking at it, just my own perspective, my point of view. I'm the new guy, bro. So I'm just learning whatever I can, and it seems like that would be the next play if it does, blow up another step up. Will that be the end of it? I don't know. I'm looking at those little cycle things. Like they say, there's 5 stages of Bitcoin, right? Like 5 stages, or 5 highlighted areas that they really make a big. I guess that's like the bullish part of the run, and I don't know how much left is in that last cycle, like that last. Oh, we're getting some buys right now too. Little buys, not crazy. More buys than sells.
Yep. Well, something, some movement. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I know he was looking at it yesterday in terms of cycles. I mean, I'm still pretty new, but yeah, I definitely like. I was seeing 150 several months ago. Um, I know some folks are saying more like 150 to 200. So I could see that, but I don't know if that's going to be this next move. And we still got like 3 months to go in the cycle. So
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be the next move either, for sure. I mean, I look at it
but
like this too. It's kind of like common sense, just like anything else. Like you add and subtract. There's a total pool. Um, I mean, look at how many new people have entered. The playing field when it comes to crypto or even just Bitcoin in general. I mean, till now, there's people that still haven't put $1 into Bitcoin yet, and like today, I was talking to my uncle, and I told him 2 months ago, I was like, I think Bitcoin's gonna. Oh, we got some sales coming in. I was like, Bitcoin's gonna kind of hit up the top charts, and everything should follow. I was like, keep an eye on it, this and that. So I was talking to him today, and he sees how much it's jumped up. It's from 95,000. He's seen it jump up to this price, and he still hasn't put $1 in, but he's asking, he's interested. He's intrigued. And it's crazy because everybody I was talking to around in like New York and stuff, they, the older generation, they're just not open-minded to Bitcoin, to crypto. They're terrified. They don't know what it is. That's the thing. Like Dbloc always says, they're just, people are unaware. They're not filled in on what it is. I'm new and I'm still learning what it is till now, and I can
think
only imagine how many more will jump up once they see that progress up to literally it being double this. I don't know what time frame that is. I don't know if that's a year or two from now or a couple months, but I think so much more interest is going to be pulled in. Like right now, we're doing all this with you know, you guys talk about, I mean, I hear guys on here talking about trading Bitcoin since like 2017 and this and that. I'm like, wow, I wish I was losing my money to Microsoft and GameStop back then, you know, I was just trading the regular stock market. But, and I see like how much, and it's true because Dbloc said that, you know, the people that really don't want to sell are the people who's been there from the beginning, you know, and then if you take, you know, a total count of that, and being in the bull run and the current time on the time frame right now, you gotta imagine how many new people are adding on to that, number one, and number two, the federal government. I mean, you know, that one day where they dropped, what was, I don't know the exact number, 20 million, was it 20 million or 20 billion of freaking Bitcoin that they don't, you know, and that's just the start of it. That's just what they told the public. We don't know what they have stocked up. We don't know what meeting Trump threw with the top 200 investors. They're cooking something up, and there's a plan. Otherwise, if this was the all-time high, this would have bled out already. But it's being held for a reason. What reason?
Yeah, I mean,
we
this
don't
is
know
all
yet.
time high for now. You know what I mean? And I think like we're gonna see this, like, you know, it's gonna be a gradual dip down. I mean, we're still in a, what is this, 3-day weekend trap. If you looked at the last time we had a 3-day weekend trap, and you look at M2 money flow, it was somewhere between like 79,000 and like 82 or 83. And it kind of just fluctuated between that for 2 days, and then the third day we jumped up. And I can let me get my chart in here, but
I apologize, man. But who's? I know we're live on YouTube. I just checked right now.
this is Hold. You can call me Hold. I'm
Yeah, because I'm like looking through the list of names. I'm like, I don't see a green mic lighting up. I don't know who's talking to me.
Yeah, I'm the dude
Nice to
with
meet you, bro. I'm Punisher myself, so
Nice to meet you, Punisher.
likewise, bro.
Yeah. So let me see if I pull up the one day. I pull
Yeah,
up
let me know if you
M2
share your
money
screen.
flow.
I'll jump onto it.
Yeah, right now I can share my little phone app, but
That's fine.
normally when I share it later, let me do this. I'll pull this up just real quick for you, because normally I like to share from my PC, but my PC is a bit in um I'm currently figuring out how to shoot into setting my partitions correctly on Linux, which has been a learning process. But here
you go. Gotcha.
Money flow on the daily. Oh, I gotta get rid of another indicator to do this. Let's see, which one do I not need that bad? Yeah, let's get rid of flag finder.
This is
Oh,
Trading
no.
View on your phone.
Yep.
Wow.
I have a fold phone too, so that definitely helps. But yeah. So we're looking on the daily. You can see where that M2 money flow is, and I mean it pretty much like matches what we've seen here, right? I mean that M2 money flow is going up. If we're looking for these next,
So just to slow it down a little bit, again, I'm new as well. So M2 money flow. I always hear people mentioning like the M2, BMW
so
M3.
this
No, I'm just kidding. But what does
is
M2
essentially a
show?
readout of the overall money coming into the market, and that's the entire market, I believe. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. There's an offset. That offset is basically for the like bank holidays and days that the market is closed. So this yellow line that you see here that I've got kind of like shown right there, orange line, whatever you want to call that, is essentially what it's a tracking the money that comes into the market and what's predicted to come into the market. So we've got, when you zoom in, it doesn't really give quite the picture, but if I zoom out, I mean, you can sort of see exactly how that correlates, right? You can see that kind of lines up with that peak right there, all-time high. You have the drop down, which is this basically correlates with the dips. Even that little spike up right there we had on what was that mid March right there. And if I zoom in, so we can see sort of a daily view, right? Today being the 25th, that's right here. That's this last candle. So I mean, it's gonna go sideways for. Yeah, it's looking like we're sideways. So I mean, I don't really expect like a pop up like we had the last time we had a 3-day weekend. But there's a little bit of a boost here, so we're hopefully going to see some upward movement. But you look at the 28th and on, right? I mean, that's a pretty significant upward trend we're in. And that matches pretty much to where we've been at. I mean, there's some debate on what to set the offset at. I mean, I could try adjusting it by a couple days. So let's say 107. See 107. I think it's about there. And my understanding is like the reason why they have it at 105 or 106, depending on, is it's basically factoring for all the off days for the market. So for the stock markets, because that has an effect on the money flow coming in. I like 106 personally. I haven't done the math on that, but that tends to pretty much line up like perfectly with the peaks. Actually, I think 105 was even a little bit closer. So, but yeah, so it's always good as a reference to take a look at the M2 money flow. If you can, you only really want to do this on daily and larger charts. Like I can show you on weekly, sort of same thing. I mean, you can see that.
What's going on, family?
What's up, brother?
Yep.
Just learning
Hey,
about
Dbloc.
some M2 stuff over here, M3, BMWs. Been on.
And we're still sitting at this breakout.
Yeah, I know. I just got home and I was looking forward to some change, some trading, something.
I mean, at least the momentum is bullish, I guess. I honestly am not even rooting for it to go up. I want this shit just to flush out.
I wanted to, yeah, me too. Like you said, I wanted to just rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
Rip it off, give people good entries. Let's make it a hot Sunday. I don't think people want to wait till Tuesday for this. But yeah, that's some interesting stuff there on that chart. That's pretty cool.
Yep.
Oh, I hear some play coming in. Okay. That 1.1 mil keeps after you see maybe like 10 or 11 sell orders, you see that 1.1 pop up.
Yeah, I do see like us hitting 150 by maybe August, September.
Yeah, that's my exit. August, September, October is when I plan on calling it quits and dumping on all of y'all that don't listen to the 5,000 times I'm gonna say it between now and then. I love y'all,
I
but
agree
come
with you.
August, September, October, I'm dumping my bags. Unless I see
Jump back
something
in
different.
January for sure.
I'm not jumping back into January. It's bear market season after that. You'll see me.
Oh yeah, I'm still learning, bro. I just know about the bull market right now. I don't know when the heck the
no.
bear
Don't
market
be.
kicks
We're not
in.
gonna
I
be
just
in
know
a.
after November you
We're
want to
not
let
gonna be
go.
in a big hurry to jump back into this one.
I gotcha.
Unless we get that super cycle.
Yeah, right.
Super cycle. What is that? Extended a few months or something?
Or it could even not even be a super cycle. We could just have. I heard you guys talking about this last night about a quick bear market.
Again, who knows how it plays out? Like I said, we got a lot more players this time around. Me being one of them.
This time is never different though.
Yeah.
Always different, but it's never different enough to change the cycle.
I will say, if M2 predictions are correct, we could even see like what 170K.
You're not supposed to use M2 to predict the price rise because the percentage isn't one for one. I've seen people do that where they're looking at where M2 is now and then they're putting it on auto and I wouldn't do that. We're just looking at M2 for time and direction. Right? How many months is it still going up? That's it. Not a price point. That's a dangerous game to play because it's not, like I said, it's not going to be one for one.
Yeah, copy that. Well, good news is we're going up until October, which matches up with the 4-year cycles. So
Yep.
I don't see any dip yet. Yeah. Love that.
As obsessed as I am with this shit, if there's any sort of weakness in the cycle at all, you're gonna hear it here first.
No, I promise I'll have my ears filled.
Yo, Dbloc, quick question. You think we're gonna not see dominance drop until we get into QE?
I think we're one more sort of lower high away from dominance dropping, actually. Like dropping for good, but we've seen how long that has taken. Still rolling over here, right? We just want to make sure that we put in a lower high. Right now, it looks more like a double top than anything. But that'll also do it. Double top off these ranges. As long as we don't start taking new levels, man. That's all I'm worried about. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I need some water.
terms of RSI, and also supported by, okay, which is, I think that's the 50 EMA. Hold on. That's 13. Yeah, the 50 EMA on the 4-hour and the RSI, we've only just dipped beneath this sort of trend line we've been on since this, since the 7th of April. And the only like one time we like touched beneath this trend line is sorry, Friday. What's that? Yeah, Friday evening when we touched down at that bottom. That Friday evening. Yeah, Friday around 4 p.m. when we touched down at that bottom, that local bottom of 106, 720, 721. And otherwise, we've been pretty much holding above that 50 EMA on the 4-hour and on the RSI. It looks like on the 1-hour, this trend channel we've been in since the 18th. We're just at the bottom of that right now. We're a little above the bottom right now.
All right, I'm back. Anybody got some good action or same old, same old?
I don't know. I just want to know what that chart he was looking at a second ago was. The dude getting smacked.
Oh, just a reminder, you're still I believe you're still screen sharing, so just giving you a heads up.
I appreciate it. I just want to know what that chart he was looking at a second ago that was the dude getting smacked was.
What you thinking with Ethereum, Mr. Dbloc?
I'm here, y'all. My bad. I'm just going through some old charts, trying to clean up some stuff, get ready for the new week. I haven't been on this template for a minute. I don't know when I'm guessing we were here. Yeah. This is when we were coming down for that retracement. Projection so far is looking good. What about this chart? Oh, this is the spooky Bitcoin chart.
How spooky is spooky?
Nice.
$600.
Future spooky. Yeah, like nah, it's just this you know, this logarithmic curve that we're on. Eventually we have to break, obviously. But perma bears like to look at this and say, you really gonna tell me you don't see this rounding off? Like, yeah, bro, but that's what happens. Parabolic movements become less parabolic, diminishing returns. Doesn't mean you're gonna roll over and come back to 55 cents.
Nah, that's not. I don't think that's possible anymore.
But it would need something very parabolic to project it out of that curve, yeah.
I mean, time would do it. Time would do it. Even if we let me see, where was it? Even if we were to come to the top of this thing, as close as it looks, you're talking 200K. Come down to the bottom somewhere around 49 for the bear market to come back up to like 250. I don't think anybody's crying. Then it's when it starts to get, right? Because now you're really starting to curve and you're going to get serious diminished returns, right, from cycle to cycle. Our first cycle, bottom to top, 350,000%. You know?
Insane.
And then our second cycle, bottom to top, a measly 54,000%. So there were diminishing returns from the very beginning, right? And there should be with an asset. As an asset matures, that's what's going to happen to it. Then we had a 12,000% return. And then, in my opinion, and nobody can tell me otherwise, we got robbed, right? Because we went from hundreds of thousands to 50s of thousands to 12,000.
It aged.
Yeah, but very quickly. This last step down was pretty intense.
So one could see the curve and see it as bearish, right? Or one could see it as like the first half of a sine wave, yeah.
Yeah. So now, if we get what we're expecting, right, we would have halved it. We had what, 13? Let me get it down to the bottom. All right, close to 2,000%. And then we're talking about coming down to, if we get to 150, like a 10x, 1,000%. But as you noticed, our bottoms are also getting tighter. Pause. That sounded absolutely insane. The retracements down are smaller and smaller because we're tightening in, right? That bottom parabola and the top parabola are starting to tighten in. So whereas we were used to in the beginning 95% retracements during a bear market, right, for the first couple, then it went to 85% retracements, which was the standard for a while. And we had two sort of 85% retracements back to back And then we had a 77% retracement this time. So another big hit on diminished returns, but to the downside. So as it matures, right, it'll start to go, if everything stays exactly the same now, as it matures, it'll start to get smaller gains to the top, smaller drops to the bottom, until it's moving closer to what the S&P sort of does, right? Where it just sort of like trickles on. But each one of these moves up and down is a cycle. Unless you guys are taking some serious longevity medication, we don't have to work. We don't have to worry about most of this. You know what I mean? But in all honesty, what will happen and what we're seeing already happen, is that at some point the scarcity comes in. Institutions decide to buy. Companies start to buy. There isn't enough for everybody, and this thing goes absolutely crazy.
I was gonna say it looks like a bull flag to me.
Yeah.
If it plays out that way. Some interesting stuff though, for sure.
What's going on, Mike? Nah, we're talking way long term, high def. When I talk about Bitcoin moving flat and moving like the S&P, if there isn't like nation state adoption, that's 50, 60 years out.
Yo, Dbloc, could there be a possibility that is coming quicker than we think?
Yeah, I mean, anything can accelerate it. Like I said, everything goes out the window if the United States makes its first Bitcoin buy. Right? That means all your allies, all your enemies do the same thing. All the states underneath you do the same thing. The states are beating the feds to the punch. States aren't waiting for the federal government to figure their shit out. They're locking down their strategic reserves, and they're coming out with real world ways to buy Bitcoin, like in the budget. Like there's this thing that everybody's gonna need that nobody knows yet, and there isn't enough for everybody. It's really just that simple. Mike S with the super tip. W super tip sticker. Yeah, I was trying to pause me earlier when I was saying super tip. Look, it's between me and the IRS, all right? You gotta stay out of it. Mike's trying to buy the crown, though. I know what type of time he's on right now. What I was looking at earlier was Ethereum and Bitcoin, and just how asymmetric this trade is right now. I mean, just considering how far behind Ethereum is. I mean, like, this thing goes, it's gonna go. Let's go look at some old charts. What's my oldest layout? I think it's Market Maker. Oh, what were we doing here? Looks like I was pretty hyper focused on Solana last time I was on this chart.
Oh, since you had Chainlink right there, what are your thoughts on that?
Man, Chainlink is so hard, bro. Because it literally is like the best tech in freaking crypto. And nobody cares.
Bro, I'm new to to crypto, and I can see that Chainlink's got some pretty badass stuff going, but
Nobody
I don't understand
cares, bro. Chainlink is
why.
providing CCIP Oracle services for almost every project. Almost every single project has Chainlink CCIP underneath it. And like real world companies too, right? It actually has revenue. I have no idea why. It's just not sexy. People don't buy it. I've got some. One thing I'll tell you for sure is that I'm not letting Chainlink do anything without me. Because then I would just feel crazy, right? Like, if I let it do what I think it eventually is going to do and it does it without me, I'm going to feel crazy. So I keep Chainlink, but I don't expect a lot from it. It's just one of my utility plays, you know what I mean? Like,
You think what is it called? You think Chainlink will be here in 10 years?
yes. Yeah. And I only say yeah because RWA is just starting, and Chainlink also has their hands in RWA. Damn, look at this. When we go back to when we drew our spider lines, right? This is when I was saying that we are here. Last time we were really looking at this, we were in this bull flag, and we hadn't broke out of all-time highs yet. Right? I'm like, we're here. This is what comes next. These are our old spider lines, and these are our new spider lines. Let me see, was I smart enough to put them in folders? Nope. I was not. Oh, look at me. I do got a little folder here. Which one are folded? Okay, the old ones are folded. Surprise myself sometimes. So let's take a look at our spider lines because they've treated us really well ever since we drew them when we went into all-time high. And now that we're getting into price discovery again, it's going to be important to pay attention to these. Nature of a spider line is once you get over one and hold, price wants to move to the next. If you get resistance, you go back to the original one. If it breaks through, you hold it as support and you go on to the next and the next. You hold it support and you go on to the next. Hold it support, on to the next. You lose support, come down to the previous. These are the strongest when you're in price discovery. Right? These were stronger, say, here. Right? Where that rejection called it, came down, held all this support on the way up. These lines were drawn way before price got anywhere near them. Came down, lost that, held this one. Right? The way to have something to play off of where there's no price action. So all of these sort of dips that we had, minus like 2 of them, right, all came down to spider lines. And then finally broke. Make that resistance. And the times where you have 2 spider lines really close to each other, they tend to create more resistance than normal. And the break of tight spider lines tends to be more explosive when they actually do break. And the big gaps between the spider lines tend to get filled very quickly. Sort of like gaps in VPVRs. So our next spider line up is 113, which was one of our targets, right? It was our target 3. Another sort of area of confluence I had because of that spider line. But we lost it, came down. That's our high. And we're struggling to hold this one. Then we turn on our old spider lines, which are still valid, but they're not as high definition, right? Because they were from so long ago. Turn it on. Alright, so these purple lines are our old spider lines. Right, these are the ones that guided us through all of this when we had no price action in the beginning. Alright, big hold. That 74 was an old spider line that caught. But this big gap that we have here is what's interesting to me. Because the top of that old spider line is 139. And depending on how long it takes us to get there, right? If we get there in, it's August, September, October is right around here, we'd be at 158, 150. Which is sort of my target for the top of the bull market. This is all hand drawn high def. This isn't an indicator. I wouldn't trust.
How do you draw them?
I wouldn't trust an indicator with spider lines.
Are they just like old trend lines that you extend to the
Spider
end of the
lines.
chart?
Spider lines are meant to be drawn on the weekly, from pivots, right? So what you do is, I'll look at the old ones. So you have no price action above here, right? You're about to go into price discovery. This is a significant peak. So you draw them from the tops of your candles. I might have drawn these on the monthly, honestly, because we had so much price action. Yeah, see, I drew these on the monthly. All right, so from the top of every monthly candle to the top of, we'll do it right here. I think the yellow is brighter. Let me get rid of the old spider lines. Let me put it. So it's from the top of every closing candle to the pivot without breaking any candle bodies. Right? There is no mathematical reason why this works, so don't like drive yourself crazy trying to figure it out. The reason it works is because when we're in price discovery, right, which is also why I drew this fib extension. When we're in price discovery, all we have is our fib extensions and our spider lines to give us any sort of guidance on where to buy, where to sell, because there's nothing back here, right? There's nothing to the left of the chart. You're literally in price discovery. So the reason that they work is because old school traders still use them and work them, right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. There's nothing magical about it.
You think it could be more of like a psychological thing?
Well, like I said, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like when we're coming up through these prices, when we come up through 110, there's nothing here. When we get to 120, a spider line is there. There will be some sells there. Right? There won't be any between here and there because there are no spider lines. So unless somebody's selling on the 5618, which they will, right? 116 will be a 5618 sell off. And then 129.11 will be a, this is if it goes straight up, obviously, will be a spider line sell off. And then you have consecutive spider lines up, right? The easy ride is right here. But as time goes by and less people use them, I don't even want to say it loses effectiveness, because the thing is, the people that do use them usually have big money. So it still does make a difference, right? There's a reason why price action pivoted from all these levels. There's a reason why it had an easy time getting through this gap and a very difficult time getting through these clusters. Right? And a really easy time dropping through this gap and a difficult time getting through these clusters. What else do I got in here?
Appreciate that, Dbloc.
Yeah. My bad, I get a little cocky on my chart sometimes. I must have been talking shit with somebody.
So spider lines work because folks from older traders use spider lines, which ideally have accumulated a certain level of wealth and potentially are moving markets. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be bigger sized cells in those areas. Yeah, yeah. It's a lot like Fibonacci, right? Like Fibonacci exists in the universe, and seashells, and you know what I mean. The swirls on snails and the leaf patterns. We get all that, right? Fibonacci is a feature of nature. Fibonacci in trading is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Things don't bounce off the 618 because it's the golden pocket, and that's how the universe works. Things bounce off the 618 because traders draw fibs and set their buys at the 618. You get what I mean? If everybody in the world stopped using fibs, price wouldn't respect it. Price respects it because we use it, right? The same for moon cycles. The moon doesn't control the water in your brain that makes you more likely to take risk and all that other shit they feed you. And no, it's left over from agricultural markets when it mattered where the moon was, and when harvest season was, and when planting season was, and when Wall Street started trading, traders would use the Farmer's Almanac, because as traders, the one thing we love is a target or a date that we can all agree on, right? So we traded off the moon for a long time using the Farmer's Almanac, and then now there's leftover remnants of that. And the reason that it works is because some people still use it, right? People with big money do funny things. You know that saying, they say millionaires don't believe in astrology, but billionaires do. So it's about the size of the individuals using the technique. Aside from all the other, and I just say astrology because you can put that to anything. There's some people that trade on some very weird things, weird cycles, very esoteric Smyrna cycles, and these things work because people work them. Nothing there. What was this about? Does it look like I was planning on taking profits in this range to you, or could I have made it any more obvious than that? Oh, this chart. This was all the shit that we went through during the bear market. The Luna crash. That was fun. FTX dip, just in case Luna crash wasn't enough to shake you out. That diamond pattern. This diamond pattern played out perfectly. And the crazy thing about it is that the measured move hit almost pixel perfect, and literally the only reason we stopped here was because they attacked the banks. At choke point 2.0 attacked all the crypto banks, and everybody went into Bitcoin heavy. In my opinion, this should have kept dipping. We should have put in new lows. Then we had another diamond pattern up here. What was all this shit? Hold on. I haven't looked at this chart forever, guys. You gotta give me a second. Reminiscing. Another diamond fractal. Played out. Caught our TPs. This was when we were where? 27K? Faked out that symmetrical and then still played out. Bearish flag played out. Another bearish flag. This was not like a this wasn't a chart that I was showing on YouTube until we got to this area. This is where I was like, be very careful inside of this zone. We had a big supply zone here that was just killing us. And then it finally gave in. And then the world started to make sense again. I must have switched to another chart at this time. It's crazy. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch of shit in here. What's Bitcoin doing? Oh, what a surprise. Still going sideways.
Hey, so you said you draw them from the top of the wick or the top of the candle body?
I go body.
Got
I mean, it is kind of interesting, right? Because we are about to break all-time highs again. Maybe, let me see something. I mean, technically, we could draw a new set of spider lines here on the weekly. I'll draw them on the daily. I'll do them on a weekly. And not cheat. So just as an example, right, on a very small scale, and I'm doing this out of sheer curiosity. So you would take your ray tool, and you would connect one side to your body and one side to your pivot. Make sure you have your magnet tool on so that it's exact. We're gonna draw them to a smaller pivot. I'm drawing them to the double top. You could really pick. It just depends on when you would have drawn this, right? If you would have come to this chart 2 weeks ago, you would have taken this top candle. I'm breaking bodies here, but don't even look at this as spider lines. I'm trying to see something. That gap is what I'm interested in.
So for spider lines, if it crosses bodies like
You don't
that,
want to break bodies. Yeah, you wouldn't be. If you were drawing spider lines here, you'd only have 5 of them. Not a good spot to do it at. I'm just trying to see something. This gap is what I'm interested in. Yeah. See how fast we came through it? How quick we went through it? Like no retrace back to... Some of these charts are super old, bro. So this was our first ever bubble, right? First one was going into the 2000s, the whole .com thing. I mean the whole Y2K thing, right? Bubbles pop. This is our second bubble in the ass, right? .com 2008 came to an end. Sorry, .com was the first one. So we had our equities bubble, and then we have a real estate bubble. Right? This was our real estate bubble. This is what happens to ES when a real estate bubble crashes. Right at the end of the at the end of the 18.6 year cycle. Notice the length of these bubbles, time wise. From start to finish. $157 weeks. From start to finish on our real estate bubble. Almost 2,000 days. This is the current bubble that we're in. This bubble, unlike these, is an equities and real estate bubble. Right? Both have been absolutely overinflated. And instead of popping, we've kept pushing. So we can actually bring this all the way out to here now. What do you think happens when the next real estate cycle crashes? Let's just rewind a little bit for comparison. That's why it's so important to play this cycle correct. Because if we play this cycle correct, at the end of this shit, we'll have all the chips we need to pick up the ashes.
So you think there's one more cycle in between that and the real estate, or is this the last one?
Well, that's so 2026 towards the end should start going down. If our market stays the way it is, that would be the bottom of our bear market. If they super cycle it and extend our market to then we'll all be going down together. And that's the theory, in my opinion. The only plausible theory for a super cycle is that the powers that be will keep stretching this out until that 18.6 year cycle is done. Just for convenience sake, right? And obviously to, make as much money for the purposes of what I was just saying. Right, to be able to ride out that shit. So when I thought that this was going to go down here, I want you to look at this TA so you can understand. We were thinking that this could really be it, right? And that the stock market would be going down while Bitcoin up for the last couple, whatever. Here we had the line of pigs who think that the Fed will save them. And we've just kept going, bro. We've just literally kept. Now they say don't fight the Fed. We said screw the Fed. So it'll be interesting to see what turns out. This is when we were trying to figure out if this rally was over or if it was going to continue. Right, we were waiting for this breakout. Eventually got it. In 2023, November 25, 2023, when AI first came out, ChatGPT gave me a price for gold of 5,000. I don't think we get there. But let's just say it's a lot less ridiculous right now than when it first gave me that. When it first gave me that, I was like, oh, AI is not ready yet, guys. This shit is broken. It's talking craziness over here. Well, we came down to that, didn't we? You first, Rick. Lead the pack.
What happened?
No.
Different Rick?
Yeah, he's like, come on, boys, ape in. I was like, you first, Rick.
I did that years ago, sorry.
I've been there.
I am in. I'm waiting. Waiting for the action.
Yeah, that's something we seem to be severely lacking right now. Any sort of action.
Yeah.
I hate to say it out loud, Mike, but yeah. Yeah. Told everybody if we pushed up first, it was going to feel good for a minute, but then reality was going to sink in. I hope I'm wrong, bro. I hope they front run it, to be honest with you. Well, you see what happened, right? You remember when we were talking about, were you here when we were talking about ES and we were talking about that retracement to the 50 and that guy was in the chat going in on me about not understanding how legacy works? Find a damn chart.
It's funny how your critics come at you via text, not by voice.
No, none of this shit is real, bro. Like, don't get me wrong. I understand that y'all are real people, but internet hate isn't real hate. It melts away in person.
Yeah. When I was back when I was streaming, I had this dude that would like chronically come in and like just, you know, criticize me, tell me that like I didn't know what I was talking about, that kind of stuff, you know. But always just text. You never actually came into the channel or anything like that. It was funny.
I don't mind the good. Don't get me wrong. My TA is far from like bulletproof. I definitely don't mind anybody having an opinion. I actually welcome it. I like to see it.
Yeah, but when it becomes disrespectful, man, it's like
I mean, even that, man. People have money on the line.
annoying.
Just when somebody tells me I don't know what a chart is, like when I don't know what I'm looking at on a chart, it's like, okay.
I beg to differ. Yeah.
Look, we were up here. We were on our breakout. We had got our W breakout. Everything was looking good. Market had just had the best day probably in the history of a very long time. And we were still putting in green candles, and I was saying we've got to come down to this 50. We're not going to leave this 50 AMA. We got to come down to this 50. Like, oh, you don't understand. This isn't crypto. You can't just call for a 6% drop on ES. Da 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 da. So, okay. If you say so. You know, given we were in a way more bullish environment here, there still wasn't any of the bearish news. Like, none of that existed. So in their heads, they don't see it possible. You know what I mean? They're like, well, what do you mean? You got pause on tariffs. China's got news. Da da da. It's like, yeah, cool, but watch how quick the news pops up when they need it. When they need news for a healthy retrace, watch how quick it pops up. It wasn't an easy call. It definitely wasn't. I'm with him on that. Right? Just like NQ, right? We were looking for NQ to do one of three things. Either hold that 13 and pop up, break the 13, come to the 50. So far, it's held. But that doesn't mean that that's not a possibility. It could easily come down. And then still, I still think everything breaks all-time highs. That's the crazy thing, that the same people that don't like my low numbers have lower high numbers. Like, I'm more bullish than they are in some cases. Yeah, I mean, I see ES coming up to 662, 63 easy. And more. Appreciate the warning, Shib. I'll do my best. Yeah, I think once ETH is above 3K, everything changes. 3K is the bullish trigger that I have for Ethereum. But Ethereum is another one that I keep saying needs to come down to the 50. And it's a hard sort of call to make because you're talking about 13%, 12% drop. Nobody wants to hear that. But to be fair, when I first said it, we were talking about a 20% drop. And now it's a lot less than that, so. Everything looks right. ETH BTC looks insane. ETH BTC is a good example of something not needing to come down to its 50 if it goes sideways long enough for the 50 to come up. Right, that mean reversion happens in both ways. Either the mean reverts to price or price reverts to the mean. Let me turn off all these dead bodies. Go come grab all this liquidity. Our psychological highs and lows are officially set now for the week. Right, so our psychological high is at 108. Our psychological low is at 1071 at $1,000 range. If we leave this range, you can 9 times out of 10 count on it returning to this range. Whether that means we pump up and come back down, or whether that means we drop and come back up. So a midweek trade towards the psychological ranges when you have an expanse is a very sort of a high percentage trade.
How would you look for an entry on that?
You'd look for a liquidity sweep, a liquidity sweep midweek to the downside. You'd basically be looking for the weekly low to long into the psychological ranges.
Gotcha. Appreciate you, bro.
Or if it went up, right? If you pumped, you'd be looking for the weekly high, and then you'd be shorting into the ranges. But it's really time specific, right? You can't take that trade on Friday and the range is super far, and Saturday you're about to set a new one because that pull goes away the second the new range is set. So it's like a timing thing. The reason that it works is because most algos are set to rebalance on where they started the week at. And most of that stuff gets reset on Saturdays.
So the psychological range, is that market maker?
Yeah. Yeah. Market makers trying to put the range that price will return to during the week as close to the CME gap. So in case something happens and whales come in and he's not able to close that gap, you have multiple pulls, right? You got the CME gap moving, you got algos moving to psychological range. It's the natural movement of the market coming back to neutral.
So the algos during the weekend trap will also play into that.
Most of the time, if it's a really tight, like if market makers in control, that psychological range will be the weekend trap. Right, Saturday you'll hit the top and you'll hit the bottom, and then your trap would be where the range is. So you can sort of judge how much control market maker has if they're not able to get that psychological range up above CME close. Right, we started calculating up here, and then we came down and never made that attempt to go back up. Right, so there's a downshift on the psychological range versus the weekend trap. Right, you can basically look at it like this is where they wanted to hold it, and this is where they were able to hold it. Right, slightly lower than where they wanted to hold it.
Gotcha. So that, and that also means that they don't have to provide as much liquidity.
Yeah, they can keep things ranging. It's not even that they don't have to provide as much, but they can make plenty of money in a range. Right, in a range, they give you green vectors on the way, up, red vectors on the way down. We've seen how they eat during those consolidations. They just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But big consolidation periods are usually meant to switch sentiment. Right, if there's targets underneath that market maker wants but doesn't want to pay for, then he'll give you a couple fakes to the downside, see if people bite on the shorts. If not, trap sideways until you give up, right? Until you capitulate. Same thing at the bottoms. Price is down. They're ready to come back up. Nobody wants to buy because everybody's still spooked. You consolidate. Right? Run price sideways, run price sideways. The longer you stay sideways and hold the floor, the more confident people get that it's found the bottom.
Thanks for all that info, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna go do a little bit of research while this thing is just going sideways here. I'm just off mic. Gotta listen to some of these guys and see what kind of bullshit they're spewing on Twitter. I'll be back.
Yen Daily.
Super chat. Hold on. I'm here. I'm here, bro. I'm here. Yen Daily. Let's gonna keep swinging at that yen trade, boy. You're gonna do anything, is gonna be swinging at that yen trade.
Interesting to see Tron doing what it's doing outside of Bitcoin, Not too dramatic, but yeah. Tron's been doing its own thing.
That shit, it doesn't even need us. So Tron is gonna do well with just Asia.
Yeah.
Um, so yen broke that daily uptrend. I mean that daily downtrend. Sorry. We had our pretty big higher low fractal that still hasn't broken out. But you did break that daily trend and come back and retest it. Next test is going to be getting above this 800, right? This 800 is what sent us back the first time we hit. And it's going to be right where the neckline of your W is for the most part. This is exciting because this breaking out is going to be a nice drop on the Dixie for us. And we need that. We'll be looking at 0.0082 if it was to play out. We would have some difficulties here though. This is the range I'd be targeting. Between 7.8 and 8.6. Between 7.8 and 8.7 basically. But you got to get above your 200 here, or your 800 on the daily. Yeah, if you bought that back test, you bought it. You got a pretty good buy there. Broke the 50 on the daily, showed some weakness, reclaimed it though. Not bad. Obviously, if you reject, then you're looking to retest the 50 or the 200, right? But we've seen these things do that before. Let's go like this and then finally move out. Yeah, if that played out, that'd be clean. If that played out, that'd be clean, and that would actually be setting you up for another move, depending on where you reject it off of. All right, I'll be back, guys. I got to do this or the news cycle is going to get away from me.
I just got a notification that some hyperliquid trader exited a $1.29 billion bet, Bitcoin bet at a loss. Oof.
It's so weird. Twitter or X signed me out. I just have to sign in. That never happens. Strange.
Look at that.